Welcome to the stream. We're a day late. That's alright though. We're going to be starting up a new game. Didn't quite feel like doing a ton of talking on this particular stream, so I decided that I would start the game I was thinking of starting up today instead of holding it off into the later end of the week. But we're going to be doing a little bit of Dark Souls 2. This is going to be the Scholars of the First Sin edition. Not exactly my favorite edition of the game. In fact, I don't really like this game to begin with all that much. Dark Souls 2 does some nice stuff, but yeah, there's a lot of kind of shittery things that happen as well, so we'll definitely get into it as we progress. But the reason why I wanted to do the Scholars Edition was because I wanted to take a look at the lighting mode modification that got added into this particular version. I really wanted it to work with the original version, but it just was not something that was applicable. When this mod was made, it was made with the Scholars Edition in mind, and you cannot put it back onto the original, unfortunately. Let me just do a couple things here to kind of get this all set up. But yeah, basically, I don't know, it's been a long time since I've actually played through this game in its entirety. And I recently was looking at ways that maybe we could kind of trim out some of the extra stuff, some of the fat off of this game, because I kind of just want to go for, I don't know, sort of like the main bits. I feel like when we did Dark Souls, the original, I did the, what was it? What do they call it? The Prepare to Die edition from the Steam version. When I did that stream last year, we were pretty thorough with it. We did pretty much everything you could do, I think. I don't think there was really anything big or major that I was missing. But with this one, yeah, I think we're going to try to sort of trim off some of the extra bits. Let me just make sure that this game captures all right. Okay, there it goes. I was waiting for it. I didn't see it right away. Seems like everything's working okay, though. Let's take a look. Sound good. Microphone good. Alright, I think we're ready to rock. Let's get started with a new game.
Maybe in a dream, a murky, forgotten land.
Just turn the volume down, lady. You're gonna have to speak up a little bit.
A place where souls may mend your ailing mind. You will lose everything.
Oh no, I'm gonna lose that woman and the baby. More souls, you got it.
Of the curse,
This is the Dark Souls 2, after all.
an augur of darkness. Your past, your future, your very light. None will have meaning, and you won't even care. By then, you'll be something other than human. A thing that feeds on souls, a hollow. Long ago, in a walled-off land far to the north,
Oh my god, she's old.
a great king built a great kingdom. I believe they called it Drang Lake. Perhaps you're...
Kind of looks like Anne Orlando a little bit,
No.
with more
What would you
dragons.
be? But one day, you will stand before its decrepit gate without really knowing why.
Is it the same? No. It's not. It's a different place. It's got a similar sort of architecture to it. We'll sort of see it and get into it. I mean, you know, lore is so hard with the Dark Souls games, but I don't know. I'll take a look at like item descriptions, I suppose, when I get a chance. But I don't really know how much of Dark Souls 2 is actually connected to Dark Souls 1. I get the feeling like there are some minor connections, but for the most part, this is like a completely detached world and everything.
Like a moth drawn to a flame, your wings will burn in anguish. Time after time. For that is your fate. The fate of the cursed.
Don't do it. Just threw himself right into that whirling vortex. Who knows where we'll end up? Alright. Opening cutscene. It looks, from that cutscene, it looks decent. I don't know that it drew me in when I first played this, like, you know, the original Dark Souls, or even Demon Souls for that matter. I feel like those intros are a little bit more gripping than this one is, but it's still not bad. Interesting enough. And again, the visuals, fidelity-wise, at least with the cutscene, ain't bad. So again, we're playing this modded version. The only thing that's modded is the lighting system. There's no texture modifications. There's no modifications to the gameplay itself. No model changes. It is strictly going to be a mod for the lighting, which should help this game, I think, quite a bit. This game, it has... I mean, already from the get-go, I think this looks a little bit different, but this game kind of doesn't look that great in a lot of different spots. There's some key points that I remember specifically where I was just like, ugh, this game visually is just a mess, a nightmare. But when I remember seeing like even like articles online about, oh yeah, there's a new mod in the works for a different lighting system for Dark Souls. I'm like, oh, that might be interesting. Because as many complaints as I probably have about this game, if I really sit down and think about it, I want to say that it might be visuals that kind of get me the most, because there's just some stuff that looks pretty damn awful with this one. And if the lighting can fix that, then I think it would be worth checking out at the very least, just to kind of see what sort of visual changes there are. Even if it's just from a lighting perspective, I think that can help some of the areas quite a bit. I guess there wasn't any items there like I thought there was. It seems like there's something down here, though. We could fight that thing. I don't think I want to, though. Ah, smooth and silky. We'll get a lot of those, and I'm not going to do anything with them. I know where to put them, I just don't want to go there. Alright. Get me in there. Holidays?
What seems to be the ruckus?
Oh my, your face. The face of the curse. It's an undead. an undead has come to play. They all end up here. All the ones like you. You spoke to that kind old dear, didn't you?
You're finished. You'll go hollow. Yes, you'll become one of them.
You old people.
Hollows.
Yeah, we seem to have wandered into the old folks' home.
Feast upon their souls.
This is the fate of the cursed.
What is your name?
How dare you ask me that? Try to recall your name. Okay. There you go. Is that good? Okay, no. I guess enter is not the button you push. Yep. Maybe I gotta use the mouse. There we go. Okay.
At least you know your own name. Here's your reward for sharing. It's a human effigy.
Ew, it's gross looking.
Take a close
I'm gonna crush it.
Who do you think it's supposed to be?
Is it me?
Think back, deep into your past. Yes, it's an effigy of you.
Wow, I got it right. Oh boy. Okay, so here we go. It does look weird. Yeah, I don't know. The effigies are strange. So I have a pretty good idea of how I want to go play through this game. When we did Dark Souls 1, I went for a playstyle that I had never really done before, or I don't really favor, which was, you know, the big and heavy guy with the big, you know, what do we have for most of it? A club? I think we had a club for most of the run, if not all of it. We're going to do something a little bit different. I've made a note of it. We've talked about it while we've done some of these other From Software games, but usually easy mode is the sorcery route, which is what we're going to do here. we're going to try to not necessarily speed through this, but I want to get through this game about as efficiently as possible. We will be skipping a number of things. In terms, we're not going to go for like every boss battle. We're not going to even go for every area. We're just going to try to hit up some of the main stuff and see what happens. There are a number of items that you can get. I don't remember if there is something that's particularly special or not. There is this, the seed of the tree of giants. I don't know if that does anything super particular or not. Everything else just seems like it's mostly common stuff. Healing wares is nice because you get like a bunch of life gems and some other stuff. Human effigy, you'll get plenty of those, I think, as you go on through the game, I think. Life ring, which I think you get a better one later on. Petrified something, which can be exchanged for some stuff. So yeah, the only thing I'm not too sure about is the seed of the tree of giants. Let me see what that does. And maybe we can figure it out. See if it's like worth getting. Because there really isn't anything that's going to be like as good as the master key from the previous game. That's, you know, that was the best thing. That should probably be the only thing that you pick up if you're going to get an item. Let me see. So see the tree of giants, lump obtained from a giant tree, induces enemies to react to invaders. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's like there doesn't really seem to me to be too much that's all that great. I forget what the petrified something can be exchanged for. But yeah, everything else is mostly just kind of the same old shit. So, I don't know. I might just go for the healing wares, I guess. Just have a set of those. Hold on. Hold on to your horses there. What do we want to do in terms of character. You know, did we do it? Yeah, we did a male character last time. Maybe let's do a female one. We did this big burly man who was very top heavy. He was shaped, I don't know. I was gonna say like a bowling pin, but I guess that would imply that he gets skinny at some point. And he was pretty much just like really big on top and then just kept going down. Hey, what's up, Honto? So inclusive, I know. I'm fair to the fairer sex, as it were. Oh my god, you can get all gritty and stuff. Look at that. Homeland. Okay. Certainly none of those. I guess I'll just keep that one. Be quite honest, I just like the scraggly hair. That's how I used to play these From Software games, though. It's like, I would pretty much get everyone that would come out, and then when it came to the character creation, I would just like do whatever the opposite was of the previous one that I did. Oh my god, look at those eyebrows. Permanent shock. That's fine. It's none of this is going to matter too much. With any luck, we'll be covering the character up. Ugh. The mass amount of muscle on this character is insane. But yeah, with any luck, we'll be covering up this character pretty quickly. Yes, this is my true self. It's beautiful.
All people come here for the same reason. To break the curse.
You're no different, I should think. Doesn't stand a chance.
Well, you never know.
Whoa!
Through the door and trot along to the kingdom.
Trot along then.
But remember,
These old crones are so
hold
patronizing.
on to your souls. They're all that keep you from going hollow. Oh, I'll fool you no longer. You'll lose your souls. All of them. Over and over again.
I feel like they should have worked on the lip syncing a little bit better if they were going to be zooming in that close to the mouth. But whatever. That was the big thing with this game too. It's like, at this point, Dark Souls 1 had become a pretty big game. So it prompted them to make a sequel fairly quickly. From what I've heard anyway. And, you know, everyone was touting the first Dark Souls as being, you know, this ultra hard video game that, you know, barely anybody could beat, and it was such a ridiculously hard thing to do to be able to finish that game. It wasn't, but, you know, that was kind of the word of the people at the time. And, they leaned into it with this one. They were like, oh yeah, you think this game, you know, Dark Souls is hard? This one's gonna be even worse. Which I think they kind of ended up kind of overstepping their bounds. There are aspects of this game that I think are very easy. I don't think this is like a super hard game by any means. Definitely not impossible. It's easier than Demon's Souls. Some parts might even be easier than the original Dark Souls, which I don't think that's a terribly hard game. We kind of breezed through the first one when I played it recently. But yeah, the second one, there's some questionable decisions in terms of like enemies, enemy placements, bosses. And I think it's even worse when we take a look at the DLC. Well, I guess specifically this particular version. I guess the DLC in and of itself isn't the worst thing ever, but it's more like the Scholar's version of this game, which messes with the enemy placements and does a lot of things that are not that wonderful. This is basically a tutorial section. This is a very awkwardly placed little tutorial. I never really liked the layout of this. We're going to be skipping this, so I'm just going to trot right along past here. There's some enemies you can get some easy souls from. There is the bird nest up there. I think you need to knock down the ladder to kind of have easy access to it, and you can exchange your pebbles and petrified something or others for whatever that actually gives you. But I ain't interested in that right now. If I do any of that, it'll probably be off stream. And this isn't the first time I played this game, obviously. I've been talking about it for a bit. I did get this game... it feels like it was a long time after I played the first Dark Souls. And I'm sure I talked about that one ad nauseum when I was playing it last year. But yeah, the first Dark Souls I loved so much. I thought it was such an amazing game. And I had played Demon Souls prior to that, and that game did not hook me. I thought it was a little bit too hard. It was a little too strange to kind of get through and wrap my head around. But for whatever reason, Dark Souls 1 was just like not a problem really for me. I was even playing most of it with mouse and keyboard, which a lot of people did not recommend to do. Until I got to Smog and Ornstein. By that point, I was like, okay, I need to get a controller for my computer to play this. But anyway. There's another cave there. I didn't even remember that. Also, what curse? You know, I don't really remember the lore too much of this game. I think the curse of just being hollow is what they're referring to, but I could be wrong. Oh, does this go to, Oh, yeah, it does. Okay. Okay, I remember where this is. We're gonna need to go there a little bit later, but not right now. For right now, let's just kind of go to Majula and see what we get done there. We'll come back to this part eventually. Might be a minute, though. Who knows? But yeah, I remember playing this game when, I don't know, it felt like a year after I'd completed the first one. I was like, I like Dark Souls 1 so much. Let me try the sequel and see what it's like. I think it was only like a handful of months before the Scholars Edition came out. I remember getting that one at a somewhat of a discount on Steam because I had gotten the original, and it wasn't that much. It wasn't that much long time beforehand when I had gotten it, and the Scholars Edition had come out fairly quickly. Hello.
Are you the next monarch?
Hey, was that mythical?
Merely a pawn of fate.
Lava is hot. You are correct, sir.
Bearer of the curse. I will remain by your side till this frail hope shatters.
You ever play old Darky
Take
Souls
this with
2?
you. May it ease your journey.
Ah, so we got the Estus flask. That's good.
He who made Drangleic what it once was. He who peered at the essence of the soul. King Vendrick.
No, but you have it. Okay, I got you. Alright, so we can level up now. We can use her to level up, but I ain't gonna do it. Because we don't have any souls. This game is a little rough around the edges. It's hard to navigate. It's very strange compared to the first one. You know, at some point, this is my least favorite of the Dark Souls games. And I guess I'm not counting like all the other stuff that is in and around From Software, like Sekiro and, you know, even Demon Souls or Elden Ring, but just kind of like the Dark Souls trilogy, those three games is definitely my least favorite. It's the Black Sheep middle game.
You're undead, aren't you?
We'll kind of get into what I don't like about this game, but there are certain aspects to it that I think are really great. Maybe. I do have them all, so it's a possibility. After playing the first one last year and going all the way through it, I kind of got the hankering to do the second one again. And I did want to do it with this lighting mod because this game originally looks like ass. It looks absolutely dreadful. This part, Majula, always looked kind of nice, though. I don't know that they touched up the lighting that much here. Maybe they added a little bit render fog in the distance to kind of make it less clear. But it looks pretty slick. Your favorite is Demon Souls? It's pretty close to the Dark Souls, where I could see people considering it part of like the series as a whole and make it a quadrilogy. There's a lot of stuff I don't like about Demon Souls, though. In fact, I'd say if you... Hey, what's up, Sinisty? Sir, can I ask you a question? By all means. I'd say if you like Demon Souls Mythical, though, you'll probably get a kick out of this one, because I don't know if it was intentional or not, but this game plays a hell of a lot more like Demon Souls than it does any of the Dark Souls games. It was your first one? It was my first, it was my first From Software, like, action RPG, too. Demon Souls was the first one I played. I got it free, quote-unquote, with PlayStation Plus, and I played it for several hours, and I was like, this game is rough. And this was before Dark Souls 1 had come out. So I had no clue what the series would become, what From Software would eventually do. But the Demon Souls game, yeah, when I first tried that, that was a little bit too rough for me at the time.
Curse. Seek misery. For misery will lead you to greater, stronger souls. You will never meet the king with a soul so frail and pallid. Seek those whose names are unutterable.
Okay, can I just get my Estus flask,
With immense souls.
like, charged up?
Their souls will serve as beacons. Once you have found them, return.
Why am I playing the factually least good coding?
So that hope will not.
Does this game have shitty coding? Is it like the Pokemon Gen 1 of its time? Oh, game of the series, okay. Because I want to beat this game and I want to have factual proof and evidence that I played through it in its entirety. I know some tricks and stuff to kind of get around this game relatively simply.
To see hope.
So we're gonna try to get through this, as I said earlier, as efficiently as possible. We're not gonna be spending like a ton of time with this. This definitely isn't gonna be like my playthrough of the first Dark Souls, where I was thorough and pretty much did everything, including the DLC. We're gonna be skipping a lot of stuff. Okay, so first things first. We don't want to skip out on most of the stuff that they give to us to begin with. We're gonna be getting out of here and getting into a much higher level area than we need to be doing right now. So let's go into these ruins and see what's up. But eventually, yeah, I would like to play through the original Demon Souls, maybe even the remake, which the remake is a lot easier than the original. And then I would like probably to do the third Dark Souls as well. I don't even remember if I beat that one, to be quite honest. I feel like I played it for so damn long, but I might not have gotten all the way to the end. I'm doing well, Sinisty. How are you? Today is a 37 out of 8 pain day. Yeah, I feel it. Crimson Parma, eh? I don't know what that is. I remember when I first walked in here, I didn't know that this switch was a thing, and it was so hard for me to actually see. That I didn't know that there was something in here where I could undo the gate from this side. I thought maybe I had to go to the other side. And then eventually I was like, wait a second. Wait a gosh darn minute. It's exactly what it sounds like. I believe it. I've been in a good amount of pain all day. It's just gonna get worse playing this game. But again, we're gonna see if we can get through this as efficiently as possible. I'm gonna see if I can cheese this boss. This is gonna give us a lot of souls right off the bat. But we're gonna have to do some cheap stuff. Okay. He's gonna come. One of the worst things about this game is the aggro range and just like how far people will follow you. It sucks bad. Hey, what's up, Akuma? So this was the game I chose for chaos. Yes. This is a very chaotic game. No, I don't have carpal tunnel. I've been, I think I was talking about it last week, but my arm has been hurting. I've been doing a lot of art commissions, and I've been more conscientious of how I kind of sit while I do those. But yeah, I do put a lot of pressure on my left arm because I lean on it, and it does hurt after a while. I was trying to do push-ups earlier today when I was just kind of working out lightly in the morning, and I couldn't manage to do but a handful. So I don't know. I think for arms, I'm probably gonna have to find my weights because I haven't used those in a while. But yeah, it ain't fun. Alright, we gotta get through here as quickly as possible. And we kind of have to bypass all these guys because we're definitely not strong enough to face them efficiently. Yeah, there was a time when I was doing retail work, and goddamn, like, I don't know what the hell I was doing, but I messed up my arm. Or my shoulder was feeling pretty bad too. My shoulder and my elbow, I think on my left arm, it probably was. I don't know, it sucked for a while though. So why I feel it, I probably could or maybe even should take like some Advil or something like that, but I've never been a person that like takes too many painkillers. I've only ever successfully managed to do this once, but let's see if we can cheese this boss. Nope. Almost. So there are things you could do to make this arena bigger, but if you keep it small, there's a good chance that you can get this guy to run off. I'm just gonna go off right here because it's gonna be hard. You have to. He pretty much always does a charging maneuver as his first move, and I don't know, if you don't get it right the first time around, I've tried it before and it's hard to get him to do that charge move multiple times. Oh, I've told you, I've only ever managed to do it once. So I'm going to see if we can do it. We'll give it a handful of tries here, but I ain't guaranteeing that this is going to be like a oh so easy. I am no expert at this game. I've mapped out in my head, just kind of looking at what's available, what I kind of want to do here. So I'm gonna try and get through this probably the best way that I can manage. But yeah, I'm no expert on this game. Don't expect like peak performance gameplay. See, it's like right there, I feel like if you can get him into that corner shot. Otherwise, we could try. I mean, I could try to knife him, but watch how much like damage I actually do. Look at that. I do have the wand. That does a decent amount, but... I said don't expect peak performance gameplay, Anto. I will say that for the most part, a lot of the bosses in Dark Souls 2 are fairly easy to kind of outmaneuver. Most of them just do basic swing and like, you know, maybe a downward thrust or something like that, but it's nothing too crazy. So I feel there is a couple weird bosses though. This game has a handful of gimmick bosses. Maybe not as much as, like, I remember Demon Souls having a lot of weird gimmick bosses, but Dark Souls 2 has a handful. There was one I could never figure out how to beat. It was like a chariot or something that was in just kind of like this big circular room, and you had to kind of, I don't even know how you're supposed to hit it. I think when it like came around, you're supposed to like smack it or shoot an arrow or something, but I don't know if there was like some way to make the chariot stop. It was a shitty boss battle from what I recall. So I was never a huge fan of some of the boss fights in here, but like so the straightforward ones, most of them are just like, you know, they do a couple attacks that you can easily dodge, and then you just gotta smack them when you get your opportunity. Oh, is there a gate? See, I don't think I ever found the gate, or I could never get to it. Let's see. I remember when he steps into like the inner ring. Oh, there he goes. All right. Well, that works too. So, okay, what I was trying to get him to do, he walks from the center of the room here. He walks from the center of the room here, and I remember, I think it's the first ring. Once he like steps foot on the first ring here, you have to run past this corner, and he'll try to charge at you. And then as he takes a step forward, he ends up falling off the thing. But you know, it's such a tight little area that if you kind of goad him to the edge, he'll probably just end up falling off at some point. So it's not that hard to do. Again, it's sort of easy to cheese, but that's what we were looking for. GG, thank you. Very hard fought. Okay. I'm actually... let's just go ahead and spend these souls now. I'm not gonna loiter around with these. Now the stats I don't have really mapped out as to what I want to do. I know I probably want to get ADP up, which is adaptability. I don't think that they put this particular stat in anything else. But typically when it comes to Souls games, it's like, depending on the amount of weight that you have, that you're carrying on your person, it gives you a certain amount of iframes. If you're like over a certain percentage of weight, which you'll see when you have the equipment field, it's like you have less iframes when you do a roll. That's when, and you do like heavy rolls, slow rolls, and you know, that's when people are talking about like fat rolling and all that kind of stuff. That's what that is. But with Dark Souls 2, they put in adaptability here. Now adaptability makes you have those iframes, and it's like they don't really give you anything else to kind of deal with that unless you upgrade this particular stat. And I forget where exactly it kind of caps out at, but I'll probably want to look at getting this up to like, I don't know, like 25 to 30 or something like that. 34? Was it in the first Dark Souls? I don't remember adaptability in the first one, but I mean, I could have forgotten too. This last playthrough I was doing with the original Dark Souls wasn't really much in mind outside of just doing, you know, how much strength and dex I could put into stuff. We'll want to put a couple stats into some of these because I will be needing a physical weapon for some of the boss battles. I do like to kind of have those, but eventually we want to get adaptability up to like 25 at a very minimum. I want to see if I can get intelligence up a little bit so that we can get some spells. There is one in particular that I'm thinking about getting, and then we're going to need a little bit of faith too. But for right now, we're going to be running through a lot of shit, so I'm perfectly fine with just kind of like putting most of those points into that. We will see how it goes. Again, don't expect anything special with this playthrough. I'm trying to get through here about as quick as I can with like half a brain worth of knowledge. Oh, it's agility. Okay. Is there something up here? Agility is what gives you more iframes in Dark Souls. Yeah, adaptability was different. Adaptability works in favor of your iframes, and then I think it also affects the speed at which you use items, which is, I mean, handy, sort of, but, you know, it's a weird stat. I was never one to mess with it all that much until I actually found out that it gives you more iframes based on, you know, how much you put into it. See if I can grab all this stuff real quick before he gets over here. Probably not even going to be using most of this. That's all right. Hello. I'm probably not going to fight most of what's going to be around here, just because we're still not in a very great position for any of this, but honestly, I think the spell casting will work pretty well in our favor. I do need to go down there, but I think there's like a treasure chest or something over in this area. We shall see. But yeah, when I originally played this game, it's like, I wasn't a huge fan of it. It felt like I was playing Demon Souls all over again, which I was telling Mythical just a second ago. It's like the devs for this game, I feel, either worked on Demon Souls pretty thoroughly, or they kind of looked toward Demon Souls as like a basis to build the game around, and not necessarily Dark Souls 1. Can I get you, sir? Or... There you go. Okay. And over time, I've come to kind of lessen my hatred for the stuff in this game that I don't like, but there's still a lot of points where I'm just not a huge fan of some of the Dark Souls 2 isms. Although I gotta be honest, it's like when I was kind of looking around through it again, I was just remembering some of the spots, and I'm like, oh yeah, that was a pretty cool place. Oh yeah, that was a fun spot. And when I think back overall in this game, I thought there was a lot more cooler things that were done with it than Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3, there was only maybe like a handful of highlights that I remember thinking, oh yeah, that was great. I think Dark Souls 3 I just thought was superior gameplay wise, but I don't know, just like as a game as a whole, I'm not too sure that I thought that one was super special. It's been a long time since I played it though, so we'll see. We're gonna be daggering it up for a while. Eventually I'm gonna get another weapon, but I'm gonna hold off on that right now. I don't like whatever the hell it is you're selling. Yeah, a lot of great ideas, but the execution not necessarily the best. I think that's kind of right on the money. And you kind of would have hoped that with the Scholars Edition they would have fixed some stuff up, but to be quite honest, they did do a couple things. We're going to see one of the changes that might be my favorite thing that they changed, which is a very minor thing, but you know, they did a couple changes here and there, but a lot of what they ended up changing for this game was like the enemy placements and the enemy types. And like, I think with the original, when you did like New Game Plus, they would introduce like new enemy types into each New Game Plus. And it's like with this version with Scholars, they just kind of throw everything out at once. And they just kind of mess up the original ideas of the enemy scaling and, you know, what they put into it. And I think that this particular version of the game isn't that great. Again, I would have loved to have done the lighting mod with the original version, which so far what we've seen looks great, but couldn't do it. I mean, we could try a co-op maybe. This is, I have it offline, but if you want to try to hook up for like a boss or something at some point, maybe give it a try. Also, I think after this, let's play Elden again. A lot of the combat stuff from this game, evasion, direction. Oh yeah, that and power stancing. Power stancing was a cool thing that was introduced in this game. I don't remember if they put it in 3. I don't remember using it in 3, but I think that might have just been based on the weapons that I was using. Oh shit, they already see me. Okay, again, some of this, well, especially with the enemies, it's just like a pain in the ass with this game, just because of how enemies can see you from like huge distances away, how far they chase you. It's just kind of shitty. Three doesn't have power stance? Okay, wow. Yeah, they put it back into Elden Ring. I remember one of my friends when that game first came out was freaking out about it. Oh shit. I did not see him there. Did he just like manifest? What the hell was that? Get me out of here. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, God. Stop it. Okay, we at least have to get this down. Oh, I couldn't get it. I got the ship in. I didn't know that there was going to be so many enemies coming through there. We have to do the run again because I didn't kick the bridge down. Well, we did part of it. I could probably do it now that I don't have to hit the switch for the ship. So it'll probably be a little bit easier this time around, but yeah, the ship is now docked. I don't remember there being like that many enemies in that area. I might just be used to the original. Oh, fire bombs right off the bat. Hold on, Akuma. I'll read what you read in a second. I gotta focus up for this. There's too many people. This part sucks. I hate this part. I remember when I first played this game, this section was a nightmare. I've learned to just kind of like deal with it. Holy shit. Oh, not that way. Okay. Kick it, kick it, kick it. Okay, if I die again, at least it'll be closer to the exit. The thing killed you in this was no iframes on the animations. Okay. Got that taken care of. This area sucks ass. Alright, so now we can kind of fight our way over there. I need to get kind of back to the ship area. I'm not going to do the boss there just yet. I do want to see if I can level up a little bit. But I at least want to be able to get to kind of the dock area because there's a dude I need to talk to. I don't even know if I have enough. He needs a certain amount of, I think, intelligence in your stat if you want to talk to him. And I don't remember what it is. We'll see if I got enough, though. Oh. Okay, bye. Later, dick. Oh, shit. I don't even have the Estus flask equipped. God damn it. Get that in there. We're rushing too far ahead. Okay. I don't think he's going to bother me. Not that one over there. This guy, though, I'm not too sure. Alright. There you go. See, we're doing it. Okay.
I sense power.
Yes.
Very well. From this day, you
Nice.
will be my new pupil.
Okay. See, if you don't have enough, I think it's intelligence. If you don't have enough intelligence stat, he'll just like say, come back later.
Now, do not be afraid. Let us explore the limits of sorcery.
Oh my god, are you coming on to me? Okay, so he's got, what has he got? He's got this and that. This is a good ring. I think I'm just going to use some of my souls to buy that. That shortens the casting time for your spells, which we're going to be doing a lot of spell casting this early on. Maybe not as much for like the bosses and stuff. It depends on the boss, but definitely for a lot of the common enemies, we'll be trying to go long range. Eventually I do want, I think I want the Great Heavy Soul Arrow, but I'll wait. We obviously don't have enough for it right now.
Young pupil, do not take.
Yeah, I think it essentially calls you stupid because you don't have enough intelligence points. But he come back later, dumbass. Essentially, yeah, it's pretty much that. So, if you want to get insulted or something. Okay, so again, if you go into the ship, there is a boss in there. And he's not, I don't remember him being terribly hard to beat, but definitely not something I want to tackle just right this minute. So we'll come back to him later. The spell does a lot of damage though, this soul arrow, and you get a lot of them right off the bat too. I'm actually surprised at how much damage it does. Pleasantly surprised, obviously, but I was not expecting to do as much damage as I'm able to do right off the bat here. I think it's probably because I'm thinking the spell, or maybe the catalyst, scales with intelligence. I did put a few points into it, so it's probably more than I was anticipating. You know what? I probably should put that ring on. That'd be a good idea, huh? You get 4 rings, four ring slots in this game, which is insane. I feel like, especially with all the abilities that the rings can do for you, it's almost a little bit cheap, but hey, I ain't complaining. Alright, I'm gonna get back to Majula, and then we're gonna go to the area that you probably should do first. Let's stop looking ugly, huh? How about that? Nice. We're cute again. I think the guy immediately comes to Majula. Let's see if he's up here. Maybe not. Oh, no, he's not here yet. Okay. I think that's the spot he's supposed to be in. Alright, well, he should pop up eventually, I think. Maybe we gotta progress through the world a little bit.
Bear.
Yeah, bear, seek lust. Okay, we can get a level in. Keep doing ADP. Oh yeah, okay, the smith's over there. We get the key to his thing, but I think we get it from the shopkeep, which is going to be in this area, so let's head over here first. Every time I think about Dark Souls 2, I think about whatever the hell this area is. Not my favorite spot, definitely not. In fact, I would prefer it if this whole area was excised from the game entirely. I think this game gets a lot more interesting once you get past the first few hours. But yeah, some of the early sections I never found all that fun. Maybe it's just because I played them over and over again. There were a lot of times... This was kind of like... I've talked about it with Final Fantasy VIII, which we're gonna restart later this week. We did it last week technically, but it didn't end up working out. So we're gonna restart Final Fantasy VIII. But you know what Final Fantasy VIII is to the Final Fantasy series, I feel like Dark Souls 2 is to the Dark Souls series for me. This is a game that I've tried to do and like start over and over again, and I never could like bring myself to actually play it for more than a few hours. It's like I started it up so many times, and there was always something where I would just lose interest after a while, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not feeling this. And you know, I have beaten it once. Oh shit. But more than that, nah. Oh wait, what the hell? Did I not two-hand that? Okay. Like she put the weapon away. I don't know what that was about. Hey, ugly. Come over here. Bet you can't get in this cave. This monster Cyclops thing, it looks an awful lot like, I don't know, Jason of the Argonauts type stop motion monsters. It actually doesn't look terrible in this lighting. I feel like with a lot of the original games, the original lighting system, so much stuff just looked greasy, I think is the best way I could put it. I remember like hallways that looked like they were sweating. It was weird. Stuff was like shiny when it shouldn't have been. But yeah, there was in some ways the lighting system was kind of cool because they did have a lot of dark areas where you were pretty much supposed to have a torch to kind of light your way. And aspects of that were interesting. It kind of had this sort of visual dynamic that you didn't see in a whole lot of games. But at the same time, I don't know what it was. Maybe it was the texturing. Maybe it was just how they were like rendering their specular maps. I don't know, but a lot of stuff looked weird and greasy, and I wasn't a big fan of it from a visual standpoint. So already, from what little we've seen with the lighting mod, I think it looks a lot better. Like those second ones are coming after me. I can save my spells. Uh-oh. Oh shit, he actually hit me. Oh hey! Finally got a backstab, thank God. Son of a bitch. There's gonna be a shitload of enemies when we get up top, so I don't want to use all my spells just yet, because I feel like that's gonna help me get through a number of them relatively quickly, but... Is that it? I swear, every time I walk through here, there's always somebody sneaking up behind me. Hi. Suck it. Nice. Same at your house. It's usually a cat. Well, I wouldn't mind a cat sneaking up behind me. If it was some kind of undead zombie nightmare, that's a different story. There we go. Takes them so damn long to get up. It gets easy backstabs, which I'm fine with. It's just a matter of actually seeing the bastards. Ah, here we go. God, the dagger sucks so much ass. There's more where that came from. Come on. Let's keep it coming. Okay, here we go. The nightmare has begun. Oh, shit. This way, lads. Little green holodemon eyes, and he's black. Oh, that guy just jumped it. Yeah, you gotta watch out for those black cats. They're the sneakiest at nighttime. Quietest too, from my experience. Oh, what? You afraid now? Come on. Okay. I think that's everybody, at least everybody that came down here. There might be a couple still wandering up top. That was what I was afraid of. When it was just like one or two cropping up, I'm like, I remember it being a lot worse than this. It took a second, but they all started getting up. And there's still some up top. Oh look, we still have a few down here too. Oh shit. Alright, you know what? Let me just get back to doing this. It's so weird not seeing the knight there, and then there was like an assload of hide knights in the section that we did first. Ow. Don't do that! See, that's why you want to have high ADP, because any other Souls game, that dodge would have, you know, cleared it and I wouldn't have gotten hit, but not here. Okay, hello. Come on down then. Call him Sir Floof until he's an asshole. And then what do you call him? Just asshole? I haven't used any of my Estus yet. Oh, that's the firebomb thrower. I'm surprised he only takes 2 hits with the staff. I expected them to be much worse. Okay, so far so good. We're not doing terrible. Titus, I swear to God. You sound like a parent. Oh, that's it. That's all she wrote. I'm out of spells. We can get through the rest of this without him. That's fine. At least I think we can. Just 2? I hear another one. He's gurgling something around the corner. Also, I'm not old. I'm classically trained. That's a good way to put that, yeah. Well, we got some wooden bolts for a crossbow I'll never be using. Still going. There we go. Life gem. You dirty bastard. Who the hell's back there? Oh, it's you. Well, I can't get to you just yet. Ow. Buckler. I thought about putting on a shield, but... Oh, I guess I thought about something else. I don't know if it's worth it going over there just yet. The range is so bad. I know it's a dagger, but goddamn. Backs up after 2 hits and I can't hit him anymore. Oh, witching urn. We made it! First bonfire, well, second bonfire of this area. Let me go back over here. I don't remember what's down there, but I don't think it's worth it. Oh. So you're also trained with a dagger. Oh shit. Dagger at risk. That's not good. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Shit, but if I go over there... Hold on. I just don't know how easy I'm going to be able to get back. Okay, that wasn't that bad. Okay, we got a human effigy, or a couple of them. I guess it was worth it, maybe. What the hell happened to that guy? He was like embedded into the wall. Well, that guy too. He's behind the ladder. Embedded into the wall, but he was like hovering up a little bit. Okay. So weapon degradation, definitely something that's shitty about this game. Weapons seem to degrade awful fast. Fortunately, they recover as soon as you rest at the bonfire, but goddamn, it goes fast. Let's see. I think we're good on everything. Hello. Did your math right? Zelda 2 had been out for just over a month when you were hatched. You were hatched? Me too. I forget when Zelda 2 came out. Was that 91? If it was, it had been out for, or I had been out of the shell for a year prior. Was it? Oh god, it was 86. Jesus. Okay. Christ, I forget some of those NES games are as old as they are. Yeah, that was not my generation. I was the SNES kid. What the hell came out in 91? I thought there was a Zelda game that came out in 91. Maybe it was Link to the Past? Jesus. Okay, so Leningrad's key that's going to open up, yeah, it says it in the description. Opens Blacksmith Leningrad's shop in Majula. I don't know why she has this, but we'll take it back. I'm going to buy like one of these to see if we can open up the shortcut quick here, but if not, it's not a huge deal. Oh, Link to the Past was in 91. Okay, so that's what I was thinking of. I'm surprised I remember the year to that one. Yeah, I think Link to the Past is still probably my favorite Super NES game. It's definitely my favorite Zelda game, still. But. Anything else? We could get another Soul Arrow if we do have another slot. If you put multiple spells into different slots, they stack, which is nice. Because I seem to remember, it might have been the first couple Souls games, but I seem to remember like stacking multiple magics and they wouldn't fit into the same slot. You'd like have to switch between them even if they were the exact same spell. But it's nice in this regard. After we spend a certain amount, and this happens with pretty much every merchant, but after you spend a certain amount, you can talk to them and they'll give you like free shit. She gives you a ring that's pretty good. But I don't think it's going to be for a minute until we get it. Let's see. Nope, that didn't work. Okay. I'm only going to try it once because sometimes it's a pain in the ass to get them to open up the shortcut for you if you go the traditional way, so I ain't going to be spending a whole lot of souls here. This door you can open up without actually having to go around or anything, so that's nice. Little bastard. Oh, son of a bitch. I forget if there's an enemy in here, too. It's so goddamn dark, too. It's literally Dark Souls. Love that game so much you speedran it as a kid. I loved it enough to play it multiple times, but I was never good enough at it to speedrun the game. To this day, I'll play it, and there's stuff that confuses me. Sometimes I'll be looking. I remember one spot. I wasn't as bad at it as my friend was, but I remember one spot. Like, my friend just, like, could not play the game anymore. He had no clue what he had to do, and it was, like, literally pushing a block down a hole. But I guess thinking about it at the time, it's like there weren't a whole lot of games that did shit like that, where you had to, like, mess with the environment. So, if you were just, you know, somebody that expected to jump on top of enemies or slash at them with a sword, and that's all you had to do, and you're gonna be in for a hell of a time. There you are, I was looking for you. I knew there was somebody in here. personal best is just under 100 minutes. That's pretty good. I was never super fast at any game. I think the closest I had ever gotten to a speed run, and I'm sure it's been beaten to hell and back by this point, but the first, I remember doing the first Metal Gear game, and that's not Metal Gear Solid, but the one for the MSX, like the original Metal Gear. And I remember beating it like incredibly fast. It was either around 2 hours or it was under 2 hours. And I'm like, damn, that's fast. And then I looked up and I'm like, I wonder what the world record is for this game. And I looked it up and I was probably shy by maybe like 20 minutes at the time, which I thought was pretty good. These days, I don't know, with like exploits and all that shit, I'm sure somebody's gone well under where I was, but yeah, I remember that was probably the closest I had ever gotten to like speedrunning something. Wake up. I know you're here. I don't even know if you were going to bother me, but I don't trust you. I don't trust your kind. Oh shit. The ones with the halberds are much worse. Jeez. Okay, we might want to avoid those. Let's get this. Ow. I didn't expect you to attack so fast, damn it. Okay. So I have to get through these areas. Get up. Most of what it feels like for going through these parts is just like opening up paths, opening up shortcuts. Which the world connectivity I felt in this game was never as good as 1. But it was kind of neat, just like on a smaller scale, to kind of be able to go through some of these spots and open up little shortcuts, even if it was just in smaller-ish little sections. But there was something very, I don't know, something very cool feeling about. Okay, I didn't know that was gonna happen. I thought I was dead. There was something very cool feeling about Dark Souls 1 and going through like these long, arduous areas, and then, you know, opening up a door and finding that you're kind of at some far off spot where you didn't expect to be, but you had been to before. And I'm like, oh yeah, now I've opened up like this shortcut or whatever. And it's like, it's sort of, you kind of get that same little feeling with this one. It is a little bit out, yeah, just a bit. But the levels here are so much more cloistered that you don't kind of get that sense of, you know, satisfaction, I feel, by just kind of trudging through the levels and finding a shortcut after, you know, an hour or something like that. This is what I was talking about with this guy, like, sort of being a pain. Sometimes it takes a sec for him to actually blow this shit open. That's why I wanted a firebomb to myself. See, now he's gonna stop doing it. He doesn't even want to throw it anymore. You son of a bitch. Guess I'll just do it myself then. Okay, so we can open up a shortcut to this area. Those barrels need to explode though, and I don't have anything outside of a firebomb that can actually get that done, so we'll just do that. And there you go. Now we have easy access to the bonfire. Is there a guy down here? There is, and he has a halberd too, which isn't good. Okay. So we get this guy to trigger. I think he drops. Yeah, he'll drop in there. There's some good items on that platform. I don't think I'm ready to fight him just yet, but I think he'll go away after a second. Yeah, that might have been it. I don't think he comes back after he leaves the first time, though. There's some of these guys, though. Oh, shit. Okay, I thought there was a second one. I didn't know there was going to be 3. Leave me alone. Okay. Just in case he comes back, let's not mosey around here for too long. We got an Estus Flash Shard. That's the best thing, obviously. That'll give us an additional sip. Dad. Get the fire department out again. Hopefully nothing too bad. Just got an arrow to the head. Okay. It's supposed to be a la verga. Okay. I get it. Well, whatever works. I like how there's an enemy here, and like you think with most placements, like, I don't know, if you come into the cave, he'd maybe be standing like right here. And then as soon as you approach, the boulder comes and smashes him. But no, he's just like way up there. You wouldn't even see him anyway by the time the boulder triggers. So I don't know what the hell their goal was, but okay, sure. you just see a boulder and a guy die. Get out of here. Hollow infantry armor. Oh, that was a drop from him. It's just comedic impact, yeah. Not comedic timing, but... Because you don't even know what's going to happen by the time it happens.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just daydreaming, I think. My name is Kale. I'm a traveler, like yourself. I'm navigating the continent to create a map.
Cool.
Why cartography, you ask?
I didn't ask that.
Well, that's a good question. When I first came into this forsaken land, it was...
One thing you'll note about a lot of the NPCs here, they all call this like the Forsaken Land or this piece of shit area. They're like, ugh, this place is so awful, but I came here anyway. Oh, okay, why?
How embarrassing. I seem to have lost my focus.
Too long didn't read. Give me the map, bud. Yeah, basically.
I have always been very
I need access to the house that's in Majula, and he's got a key, I think. But we have to go through like several different talk cycles in order to snag it from him. Then we can go look at that big map.
It sounded so romantic. Have you seen Majula?
I have.
Well, there's a rather spacious mansion there.
Wow.
I've made it my temporary home. Well, as something of a squatter, I'm afraid.
We're all squatters here, nothing to be ashamed of.
Inside the mansion, I found a strange map, like none I'd ever seen. I believe that it's a map of Drangleic.
Really?
Now I'm
How strange, a map of the area that we're in.
Yes. Yes, that's it. That's why I came to the kingdom. Wait. No. That wasn't it. Then what?
Oh, so I thought he was done.
Were you looking for that map?
Yes.
Wonderful. Then you're fascinated by maps, just like me.
I wouldn't go that far.
Shame on you. You should have told me before. Here, take this. A key to the mansion.
Thank you.
What a joy to meet a kindred spirit out here. Incredible, really, isn't it? Such a map to be chiseled in stone. Oh, but one thing. I would not venture deep into...
Got a raid coming in. Who we got? It is Shaxon. Welcome in. Thank you.
Something about it feels wrong.
Hold on. Hopefully I don't hit this guy while I tab out, because I still got to do this. What's going on, Shaxon? You were doing a little bit of Mega Man X2, I believe. Let's see. Still got to do this manually because I'm lazy. I don't set up my bots like I should. Yes, you were. Did you beat it? Did you get through another one? Let me tab back into the game without there being any major issue. Hopefully. There we go. Okay, I didn't smack him in the ass. That's good.
I'll be back in Majula soon. Perhaps we
got another one down, man. You're just flying through those games.
At our leisure.
But that's good. One of these days, I'd like to do a couple of Mega Man games. I think I want to do the Legends ones, though. Those always appealed to me, even just because of the art style, the look. But I need to buckle down and do some of the Mega Mans that I actually own. Like 5, and 9, and 10, and X. And that might be it. Oh no, I got 11 too. One of these days. Well, I mean, they're definitely not as clear-cut, I think, as, you know, just the classic platformer Mega Mans, but I don't think they're terrible. In some ways, it does kind of suffer from the early 3D game syndrome that a lot of games do, but I still think they're very playable. And especially with Capcom behind them, I mean, it could have been a lot worse. But I think they're fun. I think they have nice little stories, and definitely the aesthetic. I mean, if you're someone that plays games for stuff for like a visual standpoint, they're so unique. But yeah, the gameplay might not hold up as well as, you know, your basic traditional Mega Mans, but doesn't mean that they're bad necessarily. Oh, now he's got the fire bombs out. You were stalling earlier. Oh god. Anyway, welcome in, guys. Thank you for coming in on the raid. Thank you, Shaxon. I appreciate it. Anybody here that hasn't checked out Shaxon? They do a lot of classic games, doing Mega Man. Some newer stuff too, a lot of indie games, but good picks overall. Lots of variety with the stream. I had played through the first Dark Souls last year, and I enjoyed it so much. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I might not want, or I might want to. Maybe not. Might not want, but I might want to play through some of the other From Software action RPGs too. And as much as I don't like this game, there are aspects. Holy shit! There are aspects of it that I think are pretty cool. And I would like to actually have a record of me actually playing through this somewhat. Even though it's not my favorite Souls game, by any means. But, on top of that, we can actually make this game look nicer too with the lighting mod, which is great, because this game was ugly when it first came out. Some spots are better than others, but yeah, this game didn't look that great when it first came out. There's a handful of items here. I think we could use a Pharaoh's Lockstone down in this section. I do remember there being a trapped chest too, which I'm not too keen on testing. Yeah, in fact, that's it right there. So the Pharaoh's Lockstone, there are... it's weird with this game. There are two types of invisible walls. One you have to activate first with the Pharaoh's Lockstone, which basically that's like a fairly scarce item, and you place the Lockstone into holes like these, and it'll highlight a spot on one of the walls. You give that wall a smack, and usually it'll dissipate. But there are other walls that kind of operate the same as they did in the game that was before this. But instead of hitting it, and it took me, I think, a couple playthroughs before I actually realized it, instead of hitting it, you have to press the action button. It's almost playing like Doom, like classic Doom. So there are a lot of times where it might not be a bad idea if you think there might be something on the other side of the wall to just like run across the walls and start spamming the action button. Because you might actually end up opening some stuff. And it's good to check because there are a few things, like bonfires, for instance, that will be behind those walls. And that was the trapped chest right there. I knew it was coming. Titanite shard, that's not that great, but it's not that bad either, I guess. I don't remember where a lot of them are, I'm sure. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of spots where we're not going to be able to find walls that I'm sure longtime players have been able to find. But I do know at least of a bonfire, or maybe even two, that are hidden behind walls, so we'll definitely try to look those up as we come across them. It's not going to be for a while, though. Oh, look, here's one of our favorite characters.
Hello there. Traveling all alone in these treacherous times. Well, I hope you have a very good reason.
Pissing all alone, stranger?
Oh, hogwash. Who am I to judge? My name is Pate.
Some call me
I
Pate.
journeyed hither and thither on a sort of treasure hunt, you might call it. Be careful out there. There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself.
Oh no. We wouldn't want to run into any of those, would we?
Oh yes, you be cautious if you go any farther. There's treasure in there for certain, but the entrance locks from behind. I saw the same design earlier, and it's the same contraption, I'm sure. I was with this warrior, you see, and he insisted that he go inside first. The rather brusque fellow tried to swipe the lid for himself, but it trapped him inside. I still have the gent's ring. I do hope he wasn't harmed.
So Pate is essentially Patches, who is a recurring character in a lot of these From Software games, mostly the Souls series. You have to talk to him multiple times in order to get the hint that, oh yeah, if you walk through there, the gate's going to close behind you, so he's not super upfront with it, but he does at least tell you. Honestly, I think Pate is a little bit better of a character, morally speaking, than like Patches. Sometimes Patches can be pretty damn conniving. Sometimes he's okay. It kind of depends on the iteration of him. But yeah, there are definitely some skeevy things about this dude. But yeah, I don't think he's quite as malicious as some of the Patches can be. But it's kind of a similar principle, because he does sort of, even if you say it's like unintentionally, he sort of does lead you into a trap. He's not like actively pushing you into one like he does in other games, such as the previous one, but it's still kind of an ass move. Come on then. There you go. How did he hit me? He didn't even take up his pike. I feel like there are things you can do with these, because these are like dead giants, I think. Alas, nothing happened. I don't remember what it is, though. That's one of the things where it's like I come up to it and I'm like, I think it does something, I'm just not sure what. In fact, I was almost kind of curious if that seed of the giants or whatever was something that you can employ here, but that just prevents enemies from doing something. I don't know. Giants are for later. They also bleed. Well, I know of the one. I know of one. Oh, you know what? I wonder if it works on all of them. But you can like enter the dream of one in particular, and it gets you an item that you need to progress to the end of the game. But I guess that potentially they could all do that. I think I only ever did it with the one though. Okay, so basically that area that Pate was talking about, my buddy Pate, you can kind of come in from the opposite end here, so it's not quite as dangerous. It's still kind of not fun, but oh, I didn't even realize I was all that out. Two-handed. Honestly, all that talk of treasure and everything, I don't even think there's anything good down here. There's a handful of enemies, which... oh, I guess that was it. I think there are more enemies in the original version. Maybe there's one over here, I don't know. I just remember there being like a shitload. I didn't think there was like just 4 or 5. Let me out! But yeah, whatever we picked up over there, I think that was it. I don't think there's anything else here. Look, I'm doing the thing where I'm checking all the walls, pressing the action button, seeing if we can get something going here. Oh, hey! Wow, I don't remember that. There was something. Nice. Sorcerer's Staff and an Amber Herb. I think the Sorcerer's Staff is exactly what I'm using right now. Yeah, it is. Okay. So, nothing special, but... I guess it was kind of fun. Is that it? Probably. Ah, damn. Okay, I think to get back up top there, we need to go all the way around.
Well, I see you managed to escape.
Yes, sir.
I hope that brave warrior didn't come a cropper either. Be careful out there. There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself.
You wouldn't happen to be one of them, would you?
Oh. But you should take this.
White Sign Soapstone.
It allows undead to call out for help to one another across the fissures between worlds. With luck, somebody will lend you a hand.
With luck. Okay. I ain't got any spells, but I think I'm going to see if I can get through here. I want to at least get this section done, and then I might hit up the bonfire again, because I want to be somewhat thorough with the following area after this spot. But, yeah, that might take some doing. Light crossbow. No secret walls here, huh? Okay, this jump is always tricky. Yeah, I completely failed on that end. What do we got? Mailbreaker and infantry helm. Mailbreaker, I think, is a slightly better dagger. Hold on. I don't know what the hell that stat is with the arrow that curves around. What is that, boomerang status? But it has better armor piercing, I think, is what that one is, and it has better attack. Oh shit, I can't wield it though. Need more strength and decks. Which I'm going to put stats into those eventually, but I think we're just going to see how far we can get. Just leveling up ADP and intelligence for right now. Pretty sure I could do most things, just getting by with simple magic. At least for now. It's going to be a little rougher coming up. In fact, I might want to get a better weapon before we do the big boss of this area. Damn it. I don't even know what that item is. I'm not even sure if it's worth it, but I always remember, like, having to try that jump multiple times, just not being able to get it. Maybe there's a different spot. Somewhere slightly better you can run off of. Doesn't really look like it, though. It's all the same crap. There you go. Third time's the charm. I might just be able to run through here. Hold up. The only thing that worries me is getting through the fog gate. It takes so, the animation takes so long. It's a killer. There's several spots in this game where you have to either open up a door or go through a fog gate or something, and it takes so long because of the animations that if you have any enemies behind you, you might end up dying or not being able to get through. Okay, so we opened up this shortcut. So now we can get back to that area relatively quickly. Around that spot is where the final kind of boss of the area is, so definitely a good idea to open it up. But there's still some other things to do around here. Fire arrow. There used to be a crystal lizard in this spot. Hollow soldier helm. Large leather shield. Got a life gem. So far nothing great. I think there's some better pickups once we get out back to this area. Hello in there. Okay. The lighting mod isn't 100% seamless, it seems. Run up and hit you, damn it. Couple life gems. Nothing too crazy. Is somebody behind here? Oh yeah, there is. One of these big bastards. Come on, do your thing. There you go. Okay, now this spot. Yeah, we see him right there. As soon as I target him, it's like, oh, time to go. I think these used to be like the bigger soldiers, not just like these regular hollows. In the original version of this game. soldier shield. I think there was only 3 of them originally. It seems like we've gotten through the bulk of them. Showcase this item all the way at the top, though. You got a halberd and a nameless soldier soul. So you think, ooh, I want to go grab that. And then as soon as you grab it, that's their cue to jump down and cause mayhem. Life gem and a homeward boner. Let's see, it's locked. Okay, so I need... I forget what it is. Some kind of key I think we need to beat a boss for, which he should be down here. I think I'm going to spend my souls first, and then we'll go do it. We haven't talked to Leningrad either. He's our blacksmith man. So, back to Majula we go. What you got to say for yourself? Why are you green?
Doesn't matter. Just help me open this door. I packed my tools in here, seeing it was vacant. But now somebody's gone and locked the door.
What a shame. Alright, there you go.
Ah, yes, very good. Now I can get to work.
Now we can get to twerk.
But first, let me set up. Come again later.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna raid it first. Okay, that wasn't worth it. I don't need a short bow. I need a long one. Nah, I don't need a bow at all. Who needs a bow when you have magic? Actually, bows are really handy compared to magic, because magic's got its range. There's a certain point where spells will just kind of like peter out. And I feel like you get a lot more range with a bow and arrow.
You, stand back. This is dangerous work. The name's Lenigrast. Just a simple blacksmith. And you are? Another useless traveler.
Everybody's so standoffish in this game. I feel like with Dark Souls 1, there were a lot more friendlier NPCs, even in Demon Souls.
Not roam around like you flirtatious vagabonds.
How dare you? I am not flirtatious.
Well, what does it matter? Go on, show me what you've got. Your equipment. Let me have a look. But do it quick.
Alright, let's see. He sells 10 Titanite shards. Not a whole lot. What I'm looking to get is a spear. I think there's one that you could pick up somewhere. I have no clue where it is, though, so I'm just going to buy one off of him. And then let's see what we got. I got exactly one Titanite shard. Oh, goody. Okay, I'm going to upgrade my Catalyst, because I think that'll give us a slight damage boost with the spells, which will probably be handier this early on. Eventually, we're going to stick with the spear the whole way through. I hate to say it. I love to experiment with weapons in Dark Souls, but again, I'm trying to get through here as efficiently as possible. I will eventually get 2 spears, and I'll power stance them if I can, but yeah, for like right now, we're just going to stick with the one. But what I like about the spear is it gives you a decent amount of range. We do need better stats for it. Let me see if it tells you. I just want to see how much it needs. I need 9 strength and 12 dex. But it gives you a decent amount of range for being an early weapon. Definitely a lot more than the dagger does. And then I don't know. I always like the kind of power stance with them as well.
Is that a shard you've... Here, let me see it, so that I may help you. To see light, to see hope, however faint it might be.
Alright, we found a shard earlier, so let's give it to her, and then we can get an extra charge for the flask. Hey, Zuasha, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Okay. Might as well get the strength up first, I guess. What am I going to start calling you, Zoo? I mean, I could do that right now if you like. Let me call you Zoo, Zuzu. Alright. Let's see what we got going on in Item Town. Not a whole lot. Oh, you know what? Okay, so... either of those are nice? Alright. Sometimes I will shorten some people's names depending on who they are, but sometimes I do like a full word. Like, I don't know. I could call Akuma like Aku or something, but I just call him Akuma. Sometimes we'll get like chucking bricks or something in here, and you know, I could call him Chuck, but that seems too casual. It depends on who it is. Anyway, I was gonna say though, this Dragon Rider soul. So much like the first game, you can eventually trade off souls. Well, I guess in the first game you forge souls into weapons. In this one, you like trade them for weapons and spells. Some of them are kind of useless, especially for the playthrough that we're gonna do, because we're not gonna be doing a whole lot of variety. We're just gonna be sticking with a plan of attack here. So I actually can just use this. I usually don't do this, but boss souls like that, they ain't worth a whole lot to me right now. So we can actually use all this stuff and just get some easy levels right off the bat. You're thinking your nickname's Dipshit. Well, I mean, I could call you that too, but haven't I ever said, it's a meme, you dip?
Bearer of the curse. Seek lest.
Bearer, seek lest. I think this almost gets us enough to use the spear efficiently. We just need a few more we need a few more in strength. Let me see. Yeah, I just need 2 more in strength. It was 12 in dex though, so we're good, we're good. But yeah, let's go ahead and try to take on the boss. I think I can use this two-handed. Hold on, let me see. It's not super fast, maybe not. Okay, we still might need to stick with the dagger for just a bit, but I think by the time I beat this next boss, we should be able to wield it pretty efficiently, and then we can focus on ADP after that. If you had 1,000 more points, you'd take the name Blueberry Fago. Oh, that reminds me, I gotta take off the Pokemon nicknaming thing since we beat that last time. I can't nickname chat members. Hey, we got a Ferris Lockstone. That's nice. Okay, so this is the mansion that the map guy was talking about earlier. He gave us the key to access this. There's not a ton in here, but there's a couple items we can get. There's one enemy down there, which he might be kind of tough for right now, but let's go see. This is the map he was talking about. As you progress through the game, the map will have slight little changes, but nothing too extreme or exciting for that matter. Oh my god, a skeleton. Die! Alright, we got a human effigy out of that. Nice. Too late, Blueberry Fago. Okay. Fago it is. Okay, so I actually forgot there was an Estus shard down there, but that's really good. Soul Vessel, I don't know what that is. What is that? What the hell is that? Show this to a certain person and... Okay. Oh, I think you take this to the old crones back at the shack that you started at the beginning of the game, and then you can like reset your levels to whatever you want to put them into. But we got the Estus Flask Shard and the Soul Vessel, which both are kind of nice. I guess we got a human effigy from Mr. Skellington. Oh, there's another chest. Titanite Shard and a torch. It's not bad. Let's see if those little... I don't know what the hell these are, but they're like little pigs or something. They're really, really tough. I don't think they do a ton of damage, but they're like hard to kill. Even my magic, which does a decent amount of damage, it still only takes not even like a quarter of their health. They're also so damn low to the ground that I can only get them with the left swipe. I've never seen that before. Ah! Yeah, I don't even know what they are. They're like little pigs. Little boars. And, you know, like any other enemy in this game, they pursue you for a bit. There's not even anything over here. But I don't know if there's like a lore reason for them or what, but if you come over to this side, it just sets them off. And they just start chasing after you and running around. It's annoying. I mean, you could go to the bonfire and reset them, but it's still a pain to have to do that. Also, I don't think I mentioned it, but there was like a rock sitting on this well, and then if you hit it, that body comes up and you get an Estus Flash Shard, so... I was kind of in autopilot mode when we were going through here earlier, but that's also something sort of hidden that you want to make sure you get. Did Mr. Magic Man ever come back? Is he set up here yet? He's still not here. He might not come until we beat the boss in that area.
Bearer of the curse.
Yeah. How much do I need for a level up? Let's see. We're in the 2,000 range now. But we can upgrade the Estus Flask. They smell the blood and the 43 herbs and spices. They're hungry. They want that Colonel's secret recipe. Okay, let's go back. Not there. Let's go back here. And then we're going to see about running into a boss. Finger licking good. You bet your ass it's finger licking good. It's funny, there's so much to these levels. Like, you see those big pillars of fire and all that stuff. There's so much to, like, explore and do. And there's that thing there. But in all honesty, I've never really found exploring these levels all that interesting. Unless it's in some certain spots, but they're few and far between. Just fingers for now, but who knows. The opportunity for more things to be licked is always a potential. We get 2 summon signs here. Wow. That's a lot. This isn't really a hard boss from what I remember. They make it seem like it's a hard one. I guess it's just big. This is probably the first big boss. Big boss. He kind of throws you for a loop once he gets into his second phase, but oh Lord, here he comes. So again, magic gives us a fair amount of distance. Not doing a ton of damage to him, but to be quite honest, it could be a lot worse. Oh, hopefully I got this. This is somewhat of an early boss. We cheesed the very first boss that we fought in this game. He just kind of fell off a platform and we got like way more souls than we should have. But this is like the first, I think technically like the first real boss that you're expected to fight. Okay, second phase, here we go. He's disarmed himself. And ironically rearmed himself. Oh shit. Estus Flask in this game is kind of a pain in the ass. Sometimes you have to decide what's going to be worth it, either using the Life Gem or using the Estus Flask. Life Gem heals you slower, but it also keeps you mobile. Estus Flask, you have like a good second or two where you have to stop, and you're very vulnerable. So sometimes in boss battles, I prefer to use the stupid gems. Which gems is a thing. There we go. Gems is a thing which reminds me of the grass, the moon grass from Demon Souls. It's one of the things where I thought they took something from Demon Souls and kind of applied it to this game. Of course, you still get the Estus Flask too, which is nice. But yeah, the gem situation is interesting, I suppose. The only problem is that with some of the better gems, you can't really find them in good supply. You can always buy the regular life gems, which honestly, I don't think you really need more than that. But you can always buy them from the old woman merchant who's in this room up here. And eventually, I think she starts selling stuff like at half price, which is really nice. But yeah, if you want like some of the bigger ones, they're going to be harder to come by. Thank you. See, you told me I got this and I had it. I don't think I would have been able to get it if you didn't if you didn't say that. All right, so we got our 10,000 souls. We should be able to get a few level ups here. Ah, Blueberry Fago, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. You spent the points on it. I have to say it now. Prime time, baby. Bear Seek Lest. Okay, so now we get our strength up 2 levels. That should allow us to use the spear, which will be nice for the next boss battle that we have to do. And at this point, we can probably just start leveling up ADP again. I don't think we're going to need... It's not going to be mandatory to get anything else leveled up necessarily. I remember last time I played through with this similar build, I think it was like at the very end of the game where I finally went into double digits for like vitality and all the other stuff, so we should be okay for the most part. I think that's it. I'm pretty soon you realize it'll take 7 a cheerleader on your side. Maybe so, maybe so. I just need somebody in my corner. I've gone so many years without it. Okay, I think we're about as good as we're going to be for the next boss, so let's see if we can get it done. I'm just trying to think here what would be the best way to actually go through. Actually, you know what? Do I have, oh, we got the soul of the last giant too, damn. See, I think that's another situation where I think the soul isn't gonna... I don't think he's gonna give us a good enough item that I'm gonna want to hang on to it to trade it. So I think this is gonna be another one where I can just use it. I was like, I do have 2,000 souls. I might be pretty close to another level up, but hell, I'll just use this. There you go.
Bear Lest.
Okay, let's get ADP at least to 20. I'm wondering here, I might put 1 into vitality just so our equipment load goes a little bit higher. Okay, good enough for me. Okay, back we go. So that door that I commented on, that was kind of in the back of the area, that we got the soldier's key from the giant that we just fought. So now we have to use that key on that door back there. And then that will get us into kind of the boss area. Oh, yeah. Before I forget, we can now use the spear. Which this will give us a little bit more reach. Which will be very good for the next boss battle. Look, I could hit them from all the way back here. How refreshing is that? He uses a shitload of stamina, but I guess that's alright. Let's see if I can get through without getting hit, thanks. Before any of these enemies get upset with me. Let's just see if we can get through here. I'm gonna try and run through all these bastards. Problem is, if we beat this boss battle, they're just gonna pile up and they're gonna start running through the door as soon as it opens, so it might not be the best thing, but in my opinion, it's better than fighting all of them. Okay, so that guy that we evaded earlier, where we got that Estus Flash shard, now we gotta fight him. Doesn't he look cool? This is a boss battle where this guy's fairly relentless with his attacks, which is not good for magic casting. He closes gaps really, really quickly. And then once he does that, you don't really have a whole lot of time to spell cast, so I usually try to do this guy with melee. No, I forgot about the arrow, actually. Where even is that? So there is an item that can make this guy kind of... I forget if he like flips out for a second and you get a couple free hits, or if it like docks his health, but I remember something like that. One thing you can't fault Dark Souls 2 for is it has phenomenal hitboxes. Can't tell you how many times I've been like a hair away from getting hit, and the hitboxes are just so on point that it definitely spares you. In fact, with this guy, I seem to remember it being the case where like that third hit that he does in that 3-hit combo, you can just kind of like sidestep it, but I'm not confident enough to do that. Just sidestep that. I feel a lot safer like actually dodging it though. Oh, the ballista, okay. Yeah, you know what? I remember it being like pointed towards the doorway. I bet you if I didn't upgrade my ADP, we probably would be taking a lot of these hits. There we go. Not too bad. Okay, you'll see as soon as that fog gate goes down, those guys start running. So you want to get the hell out of here. Get me in, get me in, get me in, get me in. Yeah, and I feel like when I first started this, I did not put points in ADP because I just didn't know what it did. You could probably read up descriptions. I don't remember how descriptive they are, but I feel like a lot of the stats are, I don't know, kind of vague. Dull Ember. But yeah, I bet when I first played this game, I was probably just putting stats into strength and dex, and then just like, oh, it's good enough. Vitality. It just says interaction speed. Yeah, so it doesn't even tell you anything about the iframes. If it doesn't, that sure does suck. Let's see. Adaptability raises various attributes to ensure one's survival. Boosts agility and various resistances. Okay. So it doesn't even tell you about the item usage or interaction speed. See, that's what I'm saying though. It's like various abilities to ensure one's survival. Okay, what does that mean? Nothing apparently. But yeah, that's what gets you your iframes, and that's what gets you faster item usage. So like what I was complaining about, where it takes so goddamn long to use the Estus flask, it's like that. Upping that stat makes you use it faster, I'm pretty sure, along with other items like your gems and everything, and then also your iframes, which is important. See what agility says? Well, agility isn't a stat in this one. That's what I'm saying. I think agility was a stat in the previous ones, but in this game it ended up, they put it into ADP, which is adaptability. So we got vigor, we got endurance, vitality, attunement, strength, dexterity, adaptability, intelligence, and faith. I think adaptability is what took over that. Three row? AGL? Oh, down there, okay. Well, that's not a stat you can level. It levels as you put in the points into different attributes, but boost ease of evasion and other actions. So that's your agility, but if that ties in adaptability, which I'm pretty sure it does, that's what it is. But you wouldn't know that unless you were taking a look at putting points into it anyway. And besides, who's, you know, I think for a good portion of players, you're probably not going to be individually going through. There's probably a lot of people that don't even know that you can look at specific descriptions for those.
Bearer of seek lest this.
And I know, Dark Souls. A lot of people like this game a lot, or series even, and they know all the ins and outs. But there's still some stuff for I think the general population where it's a little bit hard to, you know, kind of get the picture on a few of these things. I want to put the rest into adaptability so we get that up to 25. And then I think we'll be good with that for a while. I might bump it up to 30 or so later on, but I think after this we can start pumping into a few other attributes and be okay with our adaptability being at 25. Okay, so we got to that new area. That's the Lost Bastille. Here we go. Dex helps with spell speed? It might. HP required to wield weapons requiring finesse also boosts attack. Here's cast speed. So, I don't know. I guess we'd see it once we put a level into it, whether it affects it or not, but... Okay, we come to the back here. No. Okay. I did what I wanted to do. I think I got everybody too, man. That's a rare thing. I rarely am able to kill each and every one of the people that are down here with those barrels. Usually somebody still survives. Okay, we gotta be careful here. There's a chest, and I think this gives us a good ring or something. Let me see. Yeah, covetous serpent ring. But that guy comes in, which I don't think was in the original. I'm pretty sure he wasn't. Oh shit. That guy does a shitload of damage. God damn. Hold on. I'm gonna use a homeward boner. I'm gonna get back to the bonfire because we can't get back to it as soon as we cross that point. I don't know if it makes a difference, but I do want to talk to... I might be able to do the boss in the cove too. But there is the one chick. That is in the Lost Bastille. I think she makes an appearance there, but she might not pop up unless you talk to her ear first. Okay, intelligence, faith, that's what I figured. And I forget what the ATN is, it's annuity or something. Basically, it's the primary trait is it gets you more spellcasting slots. But those are all magic related, so it makes sense. See ya. Ow. We're not going to go too far in here. But I do want to see the chick first. Probably wrap back around to the bonfire and then as soon as I meet with her, and then we'll see about doing the boss. What the hell are you doing? Does he have an elite knight set? Shit, I don't even remember that. Don't mind me. Whatever your name is, Bradley. I guess I wasn't expecting that name. Those weird long-legged creatures that we saw, though, those guys are afraid of the light. Actually, you know what? They do... Oh, shit. Damn it. I wasn't even looking. Yeah, that's another shitty thing about this area. It's the stupid drops like that. There is a house early on where I think they come out of. I don't remember if it was in the original version or not. But I guess it wouldn't be a bad idea to have the torch equipped there just to keep them kind of at bay. makes them easier to fight, otherwise they're going to come out. They're kind of tough from what I remember, too. Just get my little bit of health back. Okay, I'm just going to be looking for the first torch, and I'm going to put it out, because I haven't really... Oh, no, I found a couple torches, I guess. Taking so long. The problem with light, though, is I think it applies once you light up an area, too. But especially when you have a torch, enemies are going to see you from a huge distance away. This is very apparent once you play through the gutter. It's like if you're roaming around in the dark in the gutter, you're not going to get attacked nearly as frequently as you do as if you have a torch. If you got a torch, they're just going to start gunning for you from really far away. Kind of sucks. But yeah, you'll notice when you start carrying a torch, you'll start getting attacked much more frequently compared to when you're not. It might, it seems ultra unfair if it was the case where, like, if you just lit up the area, if they would start attacking you. Which I guess I wouldn't put behind Dark Souls 2, specifically. But, I don't know, maybe if you don't have a torch in hand, they're maybe not going to come after you as harsh. Come on, Bradley. Get on up, we got work to do. Bradley getting mad at the table. Having a torch in hand does make it easier to spot the holes, though. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier when I was referencing the lighting in this game, though. The very dark spots in this game are not super frequent, but they're common enough where, you'll come to some places where it's really hard to see. And it's kind of cool to kind of roam around with a torch in hand and, just even kind of light your way and see in front of you, but it is a little bit of a pain in the ass in some spots. And like, look at how many enemies are here. Hey, thank you, Akiri. I appreciate the lurk. They are just all over Bradley. Don't worry, Bradley. I'm coming for you. He's got some kind of magic I think he's using. Yeah, me and Bradley, the spear buddies, took care of that. Whoa. I love the rear attack with the spear. It looks so brutal. It completely impales people on that thing. Okay, so we probably have a few enemies that are kind of in these spots. See if I can lure them out. Maybe not. Okay. Now they got cleared out. There was a lot of them, to be quite honest, so I guess I'm not terribly surprised if there's none left. Move, Bradley. Yeah, do that. He did something. Ah. There she is. Okay, you're who I was looking for.
What is it? I don't know you, and you don't know me. Things are better that way. You are an odd one. Normally...
Parries we're not going to be doing a whole lot of on this playthrough, but I feel like the parries were, again, there was another thing where it was closer to Demon Souls, because I feel like the attack, the animation took longer. The parries felt more immediate, I think, in Dark Souls 1 and like Dark Souls 3. And then this one, they were a little bit more slower. You had to like wait for the animation to play out before you actually hit it, which was a similar thing you had to do with, oh, Bradley's gone, what the hell? Similar thing you had to do in Demon Souls.
Prepare me. You are an odd one indeed. I've always made a point of avoiding people, while you've made a point of engaging me. I can see that you are mid-journey. If you require assistance, I will help you. I come from Mira, a land of knights. My sword is always ready. Don't hesitate to call upon me. Whatever happens, I won't be missed.
Nice.
You are an odd one.
Alright.
I come...
I was making sure we went through all the dialogue. And much like every other Souls game, certain NPCs will have particular quest lines that you need to fulfill. And I don't remember if it's necessarily the case with her that she has a quest line, but I do remember you could summon her for a couple battles. Which, there will be a few. I mean, hell, unless I know that the boss is going to be like super easy, I'm probably going to summon. I wish Bradley was still here. I didn't think we were waiting around too long. Didn't take too kindly to that. Man wants action. I hear a dog panting. Oh, you got the stanky leg. Okay, it's settled down. Don't just stand there, sir. Not a good idea here. I'm just going to check up here for a couple more items. We're not going to go too much deeper into this because I don't think it's going to be worth it. But there are a few spots. And if I see any torches, I might as well light them up. Where's the fun in that? The fun's in me living. I'm a survivor. What is this? Nothing? Not even any hidden rooms. It's just an upper floor that's got nothing in it. That's lame. Oh, at least these guys drop human effigies. It's not bad. In my opinion, not for the entirety of the game, but Dark Souls 2 loves to pull out some cheap shit. And I feel like when a game does that, when a game is cheap with you, you have every right, and it's not like you wouldn't in any other circumstance, but particularly when a game is cheap, you have every right to use everything to your advantage. Whether that's with character summons, or it's with, you know, little stat increasers, other things that might give you a bit of an edge. There's always so many people that will like resist making a game easier out of like principle, which I get to an extent. You know, if I wanted to make a game more challenging, I would definitely do that. But yeah, sometimes I just want to play a game to get through it. So it's like I don't mind going through and seeing what I can take advantage of. I'm not wrong. I'm not, am I? But I feel like, in particular with From Software games, there is a strong sense of pride when it comes to the, you know, kind of more hardcore fan base. And, you know, if you use anything to your advantage, there is a certain subsect of people that will look down upon you. You don't want to do an Indiana Jones run in this game? Whip run in this game killed it. It wasn't good. I remember you talking about whips. I think when I was streaming the first Dark Souls, we were talking about Dark Souls 2 on the stream, and you had mentioned something about playing through Dark Souls 2 with whips. And I'm like, that sounds interesting, I guess, but I don't know how productive you'll be with that. It's like, it's one of those things though, it's like, maybe not with the whip necessarily, although I've seen people use whips in Elden Ring, and apparently they get through pretty easily, but like I've always been curious to do like a run with cestus or something like that, like just fists, and I'm sure it can be done, but I'm sure it's not easy. It's not a PvE weapon, the whips. You can't power stance with them. Oh, that's a shame. Old man, what are you still doing here?
Your visit is welcome. I trust you kept up your studies.
Yeah, whips are for the bedroom. They're not for the lands of yore.
The forces of magic and souls lie dormant in this land. It is a fitting place to hone my sorceries. I suspect that I may even conjure up new spells.
Whoa.
Sorcery is yet a mystery, even to me. Let us mature together, young pupil.
Again, are you coming on to me?
Use scrolls to unleash the power of sorceries. But the power of each scroll is reliant on that of its owner. The untrained cannot wield a scroll to its full
It's not like I wasn't thinking it.
Never forget, young pupil. There are no shortcuts.
We had an opportunity. I think we either got a whip or somebody was selling a whip earlier, but I didn't pick it up.
The forces of magic. Sorcery.
There's a point where he says, "I'm gonna move now," but I guess that point is not right this instant. I can get that spell. I don't know how useful it'll be with this next boss battle. I'm maybe thinking it won't be all that, but I'm gonna go ahead and get it. We'll attune
Young
it.
pupil, do
not take my teachings lightly. Yeah, I was talking about the old guy. He's always talking about, let us learn together. Or whatever the hell he said last time. Something he said before sounded more... It's like, together we can unleash the potential of magic. I'm like, oh. Well, if you want to. Okay, I need another attunement slot, so I need to up that stat if I want to be able to use multiples of these, but maybe later. But yeah, I can't use it right now. Well, you know, real life and all. Who's to say I don't? Get up! Lazy bastard. I wonder how many boss or summons we could take to the boss battle. I'm kind of curious if we could take old Bradley with us to the ship, because I noticed there was another summon. But to be quite honest, I don't even think I remember using a summon during this boss battle, like ever. I'll try it because he's kind of on the easy side, but at the same time it takes a while, And there's a gimmick with this fight that I definitely don't like. And it's like the longer you take with this particular boss battle, it becomes harder to move, basically. That's like that's the gimmick. Yeah, I think 3 is the max just in general, but with this one, there's actually 3 summons in the area. That's kind of funny. Let's see if Bradley can come on here. It was the Wii. Well, the Wii could mean it could be the Royal Wii, or it could be the you and I. I was like, what the hell was that? Bradley, did you fall? Oh, look. It's her. It's Mask Lady. Okay, so maybe talking to her actually unlocks her here. I don't remember that summon being there, so that's either a Scholar's Edition, or maybe I just never talked to her before doing this boss battle. you can pick? Yeah, you can pick if you want, sure. Which do you want it to be? Look, we got these guys coming in here. I bet you they want to get all frisky. Oh boy, okay. Alright, I see this as an opportunity to just head for the boss gate. I'm pretty sure the enemies will ignore the summons that we brought, and the summons will just follow us in here. So, it's not going to be a huge deal. So here's this guy. Let's see what type of damage, not much, our spells are doing. So this is a double-sided bastard. He's got 2 bodies and 1 set of legs. It means he's only got 1 crotch, so they both have to share an ass, which ain't great. But what I was talking about with the time restrictions for this boss battle is the water will rise, and you don't have to worry about like drowning or anything. It's not going to go to a point where you're going to lose life based on the amount of water that's in here, but it will restrict your movements to the point where you're not going to be able to run anymore, and that sucks. You can still dodge, but you can't run. You're like reduced to a walking speed, which is really bad. They do increase the boss health. I've never felt like, especially with these early ones, that it's anything super significant. I definitely feel like later on it becomes a bit more of a detriment. Unless you're fighting a multi-unit boss. Which this game does a lot of. Dark Souls 2 is infamously known for the amount of enemies per boss battle that you have to fight. It gets ridiculous sometimes. But yeah, with these early ones, it's like you can get through these fairly easy. I mean, we're breezing through this. I don't think the water has even come up to the point where we're like at a walking speed. And I know if I had done that boss battle solo, definitely would have been the case where I would have been slowed. Of all the things to have to share. Yeah, a below the belt situation ain't that great. Also, girl likes her butterflies. The second sentence, so much more like butterflies. What do we get? We got a Pyromancy Flame and a Fireball. Okay, so Fireball's a spell. Pyromancy Flame is what allows us to use the spell. Probably not going to be using that particular magic since I can't really think of too many bosses that would be weak against fire, but at least the ones I'll be fighting. But Flash Sweat is a real good one, so it's good that we have the Pyromancy Flame at the very least. Okay, now that we beat the boss, we can get the ship to go. So now this will transport us to another area. This will basically take us to the other end of the tower that we were just at, where I got invaded by the pursuer, and I knocked that barrel down and killed like 5 guys at once. This will just take us to another section of that map. It'll actually get us to the final boss area a little bit quicker, but we're a long ways off from wanting to do that. Still, we can do a couple things. This section can get a little tricky though, so hopefully I don't, like, die. We'll see how it goes. I need to get to a bonfire that's a little bit past here, and there's a couple, like, harsh enemies before you get to that point. Actually, you know what? I bet you I'll be able to run through here. Hold on. There we go. Okay, that wasn't that bad. These guys are still asleep. You know what my problem was? Every time I came in here, I always just immediately attacked them. They're like drunk or asleep or something. I don't know what the problem is with them, but you can just run right past them into the elevator here and you'll be safe. I guess I forgot about that little point. Alright, the Lost Bastille. So here's this. They just ate turkey clubs. Look, they had a big lunch. They're gonna be knocked out for a little while. It's understandable. Sure, they're asleep at their job. Who wouldn't be? I think there's a couple items down there that might not be a bad idea to go collect, but I'm just gonna see if I can grab around. What the hell was that? What was that? Okay, anyway, I'm gonna see if I can get a couple items here. I think there's an Estus flask shard that'll be pretty handy. Just gotta get to it first. Plenty of dogs, though. And if you've ever seen any of my streams, you know that I always complain. Dogs are my least favorite enemy type. They are a big pain in the ass to get through. Why don't you come join us, sir? Oh. Normally spears are a very good weapon. The other reason why I like spears is that they're a thrusting weapon, which means it goes straight ahead of you. A big problem with a lot of the Dark Souls weapons, especially with Dark Souls 2, it seems like there's a lot of hallways that are really confined. And if you are in a hallway that's really tight, if you're having a weapon that's got a swinging arc to it, you will get in trouble because you will be clanking your weapon against the walls. Which will obviously not do any attack damage. But with a spear, you're just thrusting straight ahead, so in a tight little spot, you're just going to be killing most everything that's directly in front of you. Ah, an alluring skull. But that particular situation, there was a ladder in our path, and we had no means to go around it. Okay, hold on. I think this is the Estus Flash Shard. Let's take a look. Let us see. Oh, we got a large Titanite shard too, but yeah, the Flash Shard is in there as well. So that'll give us another charge. Which I think that'll give us 5 now. It's nice. I don't know if I can get this gate open. Oh, I can. Okay. Are they gonna be mad? They're gonna be mad. Okay. Whenever you see a big crack in the wall like that, that usually means you can blast it. There is that guy up there. You just trigger him. Oh shit, you asshole, you kicked it into the wall. And now I gotta reboot the area in order to get it. Okay, well you can also push it yourself, but you have to come around from the other side to do that. Which there are 2 ways we could do that, but one's simpler than the other. Alright, we have a decent amount of souls since we beat that last boss, so I'm probably just gonna go back to Majula. Let me check these rooms, and hopefully there's none of these, like, exploding enemies. I remember that being a big pain in the ass when I came to the Lost Bastille. There was all those enemies. When they run up to you, unfortunately, they give you a little brief opportunity to hit them right before they do it, but they'll run up to you and then they'll just, like, collapse on the ground and they explode. And this early on, it can potentially one-shot you. Okay. I guess it's just a guy hanging out next to the door. But we're going to come back around. I don't think I'm going to use this particular spot to warp back to. But we'll go to the area that we initially came from when we beat the Pursuer.
Is that a shard you found? Here, to see how...
Oh, is that a shard you found? Okay. What do we want to do? I might want to get my... There we go. Okay, just one spot will give us another slot, so that's good. I think eventually, by the end of the game, I want 4 slots, but we can wait. We don't need to do it immediately. How many do I need to get to do 3? Okay, I need to put all my points into it if I want to get 3. Again, I don't need it. Cast speed is nice to get up, but it's not a necessity. In order to power stance, which it might be, I could always buy another spear, but it might be a minute before we naturally find a spear, like out in the wild, so I think I'm fine with waiting on that. But I think in order to power stance, you need to have, like, 50% more of what's required to wield the weapon. So in this case, we would need, what, like 18 dex, and I don't know what it would count for strength. Maybe 14, maybe 15. But yeah, we would need a decent amount of points put into that, but it's not super necessary right now. Honestly, I would like to get some better armor at some point, because we're just wearing rags right now, but I like to keep my, my fast roll if at all possible, so I think out of these 3, bigger endurance and vitality, I'd probably start putting more points into vitality, just so I could have better equipment load. But better attack power at this point in time. We will definitely need more intelligence and faith, because there's a particular spell that I want to get that is really good. So I think I'm going to put levels into those for right now. I mean, why wear anything? I know. Oh, you'll know why we don't wear anything much. Because I chose the super muscular option, and it's kind of gross. It ain't great. She's got a nice face and all, but she worked out a little bit too hard. We can do that. Oh, technically this is a woman. We're playing as a female character, so they're not moobs. I forget what the percentages are. I think it's... Kuma, I don't know if you're still here, but do you know what the percentages are for the speed of the rolls? I think it's like it has to be under 40 for at least the mid roll, or it needs to like not be over 40 for a mid roll. But because of the muscles, they look like boobs. Well, maybe you're right. Yeah, strength and dex I'm going to put some points into later just so I can power stance with the spears, but I'm not super concerned about it right now. But the percentage for the rolls, I don't remember what it is. I think you have to be 40% or under to at least have a mid-roll, but I think it needs to be like 30%, maybe, to do the fast roll. But I don't remember 100% for certain. Boy, that doesn't even seem like a fast roll. I think in this game, mid and fast rolls are fairly similar. You just get more distance, I think, with the light roll. I think was the trick to it. It was something weird like that. I think mid roll is 60. Wow, that high up? Jeez. I didn't think it was that high. I thought it was 40, at least 50. Let's see, what can I upgrade? I guess I don't have enough souls to upgrade anything to use. Alright. Yeah, I know. Suck it up. Sometimes I ain't gonna be buying stuff. So what? Oh, okay. I'm gonna look it up just so I know what to kind of keep myself under. I'm just gonna type in roll weight and hopefully that lets me know. There's a Reddit thing, but it says I've been blocked from network security. Is that because I have an ad block on there? 30, okay, so what I see just from like this fast little snippet, 70 weight load is a threshold for regular fast roll, which is probably a mid roll. 50% lets you roll farther and backstep faster, 30% lets you roll faster and farther. 15 above is mid to heavy, okay. Yeah, I think for the fast roll I was right, maybe. I don't know. I don't always trust Reddit. They're not trustworthy types over there. But I think you have to be under 30 if you want to be fast roll. So, which even if I equip one glove, I will be over the weight limit. How dare you? This is an insult. It's an outrage. Let's see what my magics do. That's not bad. Oh, you got staggered there, huh? No glove, no love. That's a shame. That's how it has to be, but that is the case. Hello.
I thought that might be you. You haven't changed a bit, have you? The longer I am here, the more madness I discover.
I know, it's maddening.
A wretched place indeed, but not without traces of its former glory. What could have caused such degradation?
I don't know, don't ask me.
Yes, I have not thanked you for humoring me the other day. This is for you.
Whoa, a human effigy.
Of course, I have no idea what it is.
Oh, she's just putting it on. She knows what it is. She's used it before. Oh, I wouldn't know what to do with this.
Our land of Mirror is surrounded by enemies and constantly at war.
Sounds like it sucks.
There is only one way up in Mirror. Join the Order and prove yourself in battle. My family had little fortune and no name. I had to carve out a piece of the world for myself. With two things. My sword and my loyalty to my lord.
Hey, that rhymes. And I bet you know it rhymes too.
I was raised to wield a sword from birth. Life was hard, but I never gave it a second thought. I had swift success on the battlefield and quickly attained respectable stature. And then I came here to...
Nobody remembers why they came here. Why is that?
Have you heard of the undead? These poor souls affected by the curse. An undead gradually loses his humanity until his wits degrade completely.
See, you should have kept that
He
effigy.
turns hollow and preys upon others. And a hollow can never be human again. One can skirt this wicked fate only with the help of the souls found here. Assuming, of course, that the legends are true. I can only hope that they are.
Oh, she took off her mask. I can't see though. Oh, there we go. Boy, I don't remember her doing that. That's interesting. Antiquated key. I don't remember where we used that, but I'm sure it's somewhere in the Bastille here. Check on something real quick. Okay. There's a couple enemies here that are a bit of a pain in the ass. There's also one of the most bitch-worthy boss fights in the game. Might be my least favorite. We'll see as we get through here. I mean, I guess there are bosses that I just, like, plain wasn't able to beat before. And I don't know, maybe attempting it these days I might be able to do it, but yeah, the boss battle coming up where you gotta fight 3 bastards at once, that ain't fun. Oh, no you don't. Come charging after me like you mean something. Oh, I thought there was a dog here. That must have been in the original. I think there's some changes between this and the Scholar's version. Just even in this little area. It took significantly less damage for a second there. I don't know what the hell that was. That was bad. Almost got grabbed. Almost got grabbed by the ghoulies. Okay, so now that we can push this ourselves. Oh, son of a bitch. Hold on, I still might be able to do this if I have a firebomb. I've never had this much trouble with the stupid barrel before. Actually, I wonder if I'd be able to push it up and then just let it roll down again. No, maybe not. It might not be the greatest idea. Let me see if I even have a firebomb. I think ah, shit. I have a witching urn. Oh, I do have a... the fireball. That might work. Normally what you're supposed to do is just like push the barrel off of the stairs, and then once it rolls down the stairs, it hits the wall pretty much dead center, and you know, it explodes. And then it opens up a shortcut. A very handy one. But that wasn't the case this time. Alright, so let's see. So we got the... Oh, I need to attune the spell, though. That's right. Shit. Is there anything else? Again, I've got these. I don't know if it'll cause it to explode, though. Give it a try. I don't think so. I'll try it from a little higher up. That looked like it was kind of dead on. I don't think it's gonna work. Do I have something that can apply fire? I might just be willing to take a hit here just to see if I could do this. That applies dark. That applies lightning. That might work. If I had something that can cause my weapon to be like wreathed in flame, we might be able to do it too. But I don't think it's gonna work. Son of a bitch. Oh, it broke the barrel too. Shit. It's locked. Okay, well, you know what? We're here anyway. I would need to either use a homeward boner or go all the way around up the ladder and everything if I wanted to get to this area. So I'm just going to attempt this boss battle. Ah, we're down so many soul arrows though. This is gonna be kind of rough, but... Oh, we have to unlock this, too. So, around Dark Souls 2, there's gonna be people that are petrified. You have to use a limited resource, these fragrant branches of yore, I think they're called, to get them out of their petrified state. There's a handful of them that are actually NPCs that are handy that you can talk to, but most of them are just like enemies that block a door. Oh God, I ain't looking forward to this. There is no better way to do this, though, than to just run past these guys. You can spend the time. There is a mechanic in Dark Souls 2, which is sort of nifty, where if you respawn continually and kill enemies with each respawn, they will stop spawning permanently. It prevents you from grinding, but it also makes some areas easier to walk through. But it takes a lot of time. I don't know how many respawns it is. Oh, you bastard. But it's a fair amount. Ah! I knew he was going to do that too. I was trying to dodge. So the thing with this boss battle is there's 3 of these sentinels, which you can see their life bars there. Your best bet is to try to take this one out up here first, and that way you only have 2 to deal with later on. You can even get it to a point where you can take out 2 up on this little platform, but after a certain amount of time they start activating basically, so it's not good. But it is very, very hard to fight 3 of them at the same time. That was a mistake. And I fell, which means they're all going to activate, so we might be screwed. Boy, look at that health. They're not super resistant to magic, but they do have these shields, which makes it hard to fight them. Because obviously if they got the shields up, they will, you know, be able to block most of your magic damage. Usually when I have a magic build and I'm fighting these guys, I like to have at least 2 different types of magic, but I mean, we were kind of screwed either way doing this boss battle, so it's just kind of one of those things where it's like I could either try it and get a little practice in and see if maybe I could do something, or I could use a resource that I didn't want to use. So they will start... Okay, there we go. After a time, I don't know what triggers it, but they will throw their shields at you, and then if you manage to successfully dodge it, if you don't dodge it, you might just die right from the hit. But if you do dodge it, it'll get lodged into a wall, and I don't think they could get it back. So it does mean that they're vulnerable to, you know, ranged attacks a little bit more, but they also are less defensive, which means they're going to come after you a little bit more frequently. Which comment is that? Akuma's? Oh, you bitch. I'm not intending to fight the boss again, like right this second. I mostly just want to get this spot opened up, but we're having so many issues with the barrel. Also, lemon pepper chicken tenders. That sounds nice. I made burritos before the stream tonight, and I'm already kind of hungry again. Well, I say burritos. I made enough for one. A big one, but still just one. Don't screw it up. Oh, good. Okay. We got it. Okay, so opening that shortcut by pushing the barrel gives us access to this bonfire, which is handy. This bonfire is right next to a smith. And I think he needs a light there. He's a crazy smith, but he's a smith nonetheless.
Oh, why can't they all be this easy?
As long as it's a big one. It was fairly substantial. I used maybe about a quarter pound of beef, and I fried up some potatoes for papitas. Put some onion, tomato, Roma tomato, bell pepper.
That's it, yes. That's the way. Dear flame, how brightly you burn. Flame, I smell flame upon you.
He's saying you're flaming.
All I want is a little flame.
McDuff.
So, hand that ember to me. Right now, you imbecile.
Whoa. That's no way to treat somebody that you're asking something from.
What a marvelous ember. You've got stones, I pray. Give me stones.
Yeah, no, unfortunately I'm a woman. I ain't got no stones. What do you got? Oh, he has unlimited large Titanite shards. That's not bad. That'll clear you through a few on the upper levels for some of your weapon upgrades. But the regular Titanite shards, they seem to be hard to come by. I don't think I ever found a merchant, or I remember one anyway, that sold just regular small ones in unlimited supply. Lenegrast sells them, but I think he's only got 10 on hand. Come over here, I'll show you how to treat someone asking something from. I know, this man needs to learn some manners. That reminds me, one time I stopped at a McDonald's. I don't remember why I went inside, but I was like inside of one. I was probably on a road trip or something. I remember it was early in the morning, and McDonald's was selling like a chicken biscuit, which I had never seen there before. And I talked to the guy, and I'm like, yeah, I'll try one of those chicken biscuit things. And I forgot what it was. I think I just wanted the sandwich. Usually if I could stop there for breakfast, I just want the sandwich and that's it. I don't want anything else. And I forget what the deal was. It doesn't matter, but he's like, I was like, just the one sandwich. And he's like, just the one? And I'm like, yeah, just the one sandwich. And he's like, fool, if you got two of them, you get one half off. Damn fool. I'm like, all right, sure, you sold me. I guess I'll get two of them, or whatever the deal was. I don't even remember if that was it. But he called me a fool, and then he called me a damn fool. And this is like blatant in front of people. And I was like, God damn. Where do you get off? But I thought it was so funny. Like, it was just like so upfront and direct. I don't know. Maybe that's just how he talks to people in general, but I was taken aback a little bit. Okay, I don't think this guy's got anything else to say, and I got nothing else to give him. Let me rest at the bonfire here. He should be able to get off that chest, and then I can get into it. Oh, we got a large Titanite shard, so I didn't even need to purchase one. Oh, look, regular Titanite shard, just 5 of them. Twinkling Titanite, that's good. Craftsman's hammer, don't know if that's an item or if it's a weapon. I guess I had a weapon symbol next to it. Heavy bolt. Iron arrow. I think there's a key that you can get to open that door, I'm pretty sure. I don't know where it is. But that's like the long way to get to this. If you push the barrel down and you blast the wall open, you can get to him a lot easier. I don't know if he's like, I don't know if there's a benefit to using McDuff over Lenegrast. Never looked that up. But I think his prices look the same. I'm not seeing a big difference. Okay, so I'm actually gonna put some into the spear. Can I get another upgrade if I had more souls? Yes, I can. I might just try to see if I can farm a couple souls. I'm gonna wander around here real quick. I'm gonna see if I can get a couple souls, and then I'm gonna see if I can put more into the spear, because the spear is what's gonna help me, I think, most in the battle. Because magic's gonna be hard to pull off with the boss battle that we did with the 3 guys. And the quicker I can get rid of one of them up on the top platform, which will have to be melee based, the easier the whole battle entirely is just going to be, so. You know, I enjoy the aspect of people watching. I don't often do it, like, in real life, but I've played a number of like MMO type games, and I find it fascinating, like what people will choose to put on like their avatar and the way they talk, kind of in like a public-ish area, if you consider an online game like a public area. Oh shit, we got a pursuer. Oh no, he's gone, never mind. Sometimes if something's happening, I'll just kind of sit back and watch, like in real life. And I find that fascinating, but I don't often give myself a ton of opportunities to, like, take a look at people and how they interact. But yeah, it's interesting seeing, like, different mannerisms or different speech patterns that people use. Some stuff that, you know, I found the guy kind of offensive, but he was so nonchalant about it, I just thought it was kind of funny. But yeah, like that guy in particular was kind of weird. Okay, I think we're in the area where the exploders start popping out, so we gotta watch out. Yep, there's one of them. Yeah, just like in all facets of life, how people interact, their day-to-day, whatever they do, it's going to give you some kind of clue as to who they are as a person. It's interesting. This doesn't really have to do with the character of a person, but I remember when I was in Vegas one time, I was checking out at a Walmart, just getting a couple supplies, and it was one of those Walmarts that had a McDonald's in it. It was another McDonald's, lo and behold. But I remember the register was like in front of the McDonald's, and there was this guy in there screaming, shouting. I guess he wasn't like screaming at the top of his lungs, but he was shouting in there. And he's like, "You gave me a small Big Mac." And they were trying to call him, like, "Sir, what are you talking about?" And he's like, "That Big Mac must have been like half the size of a regular one. I ate that so fast." And I just remember that one line. I ate that so fast. That is cracking me up. But the guy ate his Big Mac super fast. It must have been a smaller one. I mean, there's no way he was wrong about that, right? Well, he thought he was getting scammed. Oh, shit. Now I know not to eat at that particular McDonald's. Vegas. There's a shitload of enemies here. Or a small Mac, as one might say. That's what I'm afraid of. Where the hell did you come from? Is that it? I think it came from the top here. There's weird people in Vegas. Once you get off, like, I mean, there's a lot of weird people on the Strip too, but I think there's so much, like, security and police that are constantly patrolling around the main Strip, that you don't get, like, some of the more wacky people. But there's definitely some weirdos once you start to veer off the Strip a little bit. And, you know, I don't even consider that guy, like, super weird. But he was making a scene, make no mistake. But, like, stuff like that is, like, super common. I used to go to Vegas like 2-3 times a year almost. And, you know, once you start kind of maneuvering around outside of the Strip, you start seeing some stuff. There is something to that. You're correct, and in a way, he was probably correct too. Now, I'm thinking this guy probably eats Big Macs somewhat regularly, so I think maybe his claim of them giving him a small Big Mac in this particular instance probably wasn't correct. But over time, definitely with restaurants, especially with like chain restaurants, portions have gotten a lot smaller just because it saves on costs. Even if it's just by like a small gradual amount, yeah, the portions are always tightening up. There was the big kerfuffle with Toblerone about them reducing the amount of chocolate they put into it. The little peaks that they put on the Toblerone chocolates, they like had half as many or something like that. I don't remember. I just remember seeing an article about it, and it was like, Toblerone scamming customers. I'm like, what? It's like, oh, they're just reducing the amount of chocolate overall, but the size of the peaks is smaller. There's more space in between the peaks, I think is what it was. Oh god, let's see if this is a trap. There are there's plenty of like trapped treasure chests, but there are still mimics in this game. But the mimics in this game are a lot more frightening than they were in the first one. In the first one, they were pretty damn frightening too. But in the first game, they're bipeds. In this one, I guess they're kind of technically bipedal too, but they walk on their hands and feet in a way that's strange. I don't like it. Oh, the twin blade! I used to pretend I was Darth Maul with that thing. Or like, you know, you find out foot long on Sammy in the subway isn't actually a full foot. I don't know, what's up with that? That's false advertising. I want to see this just to look at it, because I remember liking this just like aesthetically. I can't wield it proficiently. But, how do you do, there you go, okay, you have to hold Y. So once you have enough stats to be proficient at it, you can actually wield this. I think it's mostly just the attack animations are quicker. That's the only thing, and you probably expend less stamina. But this was essentially, I remember using this a lot when I first played this game. That was probably my like weapon of choice for a while. It wasn't a great one, but I liked it regardless. We can get up here, which will get us to the tower. I think that'll get us. Do I have another branch? Hold on, let me see. I don't see one. I think they're usually placed next to the Pharaoh's Lockstone. Okay. So I definitely need at least 2 more fragrant branches of yore. There's a mandatory. The guy that we unlock up in the tower area up there isn't mandatory, but he gives you some good spells. But there's also a girl that you need to unpetrify, and she's a mandatory one if you want to progress through the game in order to beat it. It's another one of those bricks in the well. Yep, that's what I thought. Some fools come wandering out. Oh, speaking of wandering, we have a wanderer set. What is this? Ooh, that's nice. What song is that? The Wanderer? Man, it even weighs less too, and I think the stats are better. Okay. Well, the hood puts me over. I guess we don't need it. Oh. Oh, I got you. Okay. Brick in the wall. All in all. It's been a minute since I listened to any Pink Floyd. Back in my teenage years. It was Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin and Beatles. I guess I still listen to the Beatles, but not so much everything else. How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? The backup lines in a lot of those prog rock songs from like the 60s and 70s are always like the best thing. There's like weird dialogue of like people talking in the background. Some of them were more blatant than others, like that one was fairly blatant, but there were a few instances where it's like you really have to listen if you want to figure out what the hell they're saying. Alright, so at this point, let me see what I have in my inventory. No, I accidentally bumped the bumper. What do I have in my inventory? We've got the Soul of the Pursuer and this Flexile Sentry Soul. Okay, so that was the guy on the ship. I don't think I need either one of those. I don't think I'd want to trade him in for anything. I'm probably just going to end up using him. I wanted to upgrade the spear. So I'm going to do that. We'll see how much of the spear we can upgrade. Get a large Titanite shard. Okay, we could actually upgrade it quite a bit. That wasn't bad. I think attack power is going to take precedent here. I could upgrade my armor set too, but the only thing about that is I don't know how long I'm going to hang on to the Wanderer set. Oh yeah, well, there's a point to that too. There's a lot of those songs, especially with a lot of those artists in the 60s and 70s, they weren't really in a right mindset to make a whole lot of sense either, so. I'm going to upgrade the code a couple times. But am I out of... Okay. So I think I am going to use those souls. I'm going to go ahead and purchase the small Titanite shards from Lenigrast and see if I can upgrade the staff a bit. That way it'll just give me more attack power. I'm fairly proficient. I ain't the best at dodging. I'm not like one of these people where I'm never going to get hit. But I can avoid a decent amount of attacks from Dark Souls 2 enemies. Actually, let's use this one first.
I knew you.
Pink Floyd back in the day, I think, particularly, I mean, once I got to David Gilmour, I feel like they kind of sort of mellowed out a little bit, sort of. Oh shit, that's gonna cost 8,000. But yeah, like in the early days when it was like Sid Barrett, like boy, I heard that guy like basically ruined his brain with the amount of acid that he used. Apparently he just wasn't in his right mind. He lived a good long while too. I mean, I think he died early 2000s maybe. Maybe, if not that, maybe like the 90s. But yeah, people said he was just like out of it. even though he was clean for years and years and years. It messed him up that much back in the heyday. Okay, I would need... 2 seems good enough. I would need large Titanite shards if I want to upgrade that any further. Same with that, which McDuff sells unlimited amounts, so it might be worth looking into, but
I'll be around.
It's not like super pressing right now. I'm just gonna go ahead and use the Sentry Soul. 6,000, it ain't a lot anyway. I did say Macduff. That's the name of the smith in the Lost Tower. Bear Sixty Clest. Let me think. I'm gonna go ahead and do Strength and Dex on this one. That's almost all my souls. I got 500 left. Oh, just Duff beer. That's Homer's beer of choice. I saw somebody, I guess it must have been grabbed off social media, but I remember seeing somebody post a screenshot. I think it was in Mexico. They have like a Duff beer down there, and it was, you could tell that they were trying to ape off The Simpsons, because it definitely had like a Simpsons-esque font attached to it. But I mean, down in Mexico, who's going to do anything about it? You're not going to come after me, are you? He's being slow about it. Well, that's on you. I can't believe this asshole has iframes while he's getting up. It's not fair. Apparently, I have a very distant family in Germany. Famous for beer. Well, you should hit him up. I'm the long-lost cousin. I deserve a cut of this. Okay. I guess this place is just laced with explosive barrels. Good, good. Okay. Again, I like to go into this boss battle with 2 sets of spells, but I don't know, I just don't think that's going to necessarily be doable in a quick fashion, since we're streaming and everything. So, I'm gonna try it again. We'll see. This boss is very, very hard early on in the game, but we gotta do it. Actually, no, we don't. We don't necessarily need to do this one, since we opened up a lot of entrances to other portions of this level, but it would probably be good if we did do this one. This is also like the boss battle that a lot of people bitch about, so it'd be nice if I was able to, like, you know, actually do it and, like, make something of myself by doing this boss that a lot of other people have been able to do, but still it gets a bad rap. Shit. Oh, you can cheer if you want. I don't know if it's going to work with this one. This boss battle is insanely bad. Should have started cheering sooner. I'm just kidding. This is a bad boss battle. It's fairly early in the game, and they really push you to your limits by making you fight 3 big-time enemies at once. It's not fun. Let's see if I can run past these. He just blew himself up. And it's not going to kill him, but... it'll at least distract him. Trying to think of how to phrase it so you're not lying, but it's at least encouraging. Somehow I can do it. Somehow, or you can do it, is against the rule of lying. Okay. Or it might be, anyway. Once I get the patterns down, I think it might not be too bad. But yeah, this is not a fun boss battle. This was always my least favorite early on in the game. I believe in you. We almost got him halfway down, so I think the upgrades to the spear were well worth it. Because we're doing a lot more damage now than we were before, which the quickness of how quickly you can, you know, kill these guys is what comes into play. Speed is key. Okay, I just screwed it up. We fell off, so we have to fight 3 of them. But we might not be in a terrible situation, since the guy's like really far down on health. I'll just try to keep my distance since there's going to be multiple. That attack is bad. Okay. We almost managed to do the first one without falling off. Oh boy, okay. But, you know what? The run up there did prove to me that I can just, like, actually run up there without having to worry about getting pursued by these guys super hard. I ain't really into it. The menage a trois in this instance ain't that. Oh jeez! Whoa! Okay, coming after me quick. It's not that appealing. I almost fell off there. That was close. Only in this instance. Mostly because these 3 guys are definitely the dominant, and I'm definitely the sub. I don't go in for these deals. But sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, right? My health up. It's a little bit premature. The other thing about keeping them up here is it prevents them from doing their worst attacks, like that weird spitty thing. They don't do that. Okay, so we got one of them. So now both will be coming after us, but we might get a brief second to do a hit or two on one guy. I just gotta keep my eye on the edge there. Okay. Now we're in trouble. But we got rid of one of them right off the bat, so that's good. And again, once you're on the floor here, this is where they start doing their worst attacks, so you gotta watch out for... They'll do the big leaps, they'll do the spins, they do everything. They got it all. I ain't got nothing. Forgive me for the premature. Well, thank you. You gotta be understanding in this situation. It's very nerve-wracking. That's one of the worst attacks because they do a three spin deal. And yeah, it's very easy to get hit like that. I also want to make sure you're not like panic rolling with these guys because that might end up killing you. Damn it. I thought I might have had it too. Oh well. It's rough, it's rough. But we're making progress with it. I did better than I did the first couple attempts because I actually managed to get one of them down. Let's see. Trying to think if there's anything else that would be helpful in this situation. Maybe like applying a... The problem is just like when am I going to have time to actually apply it? Like a pine resin or something like that will give an added effect to your weapon, but it's like you do not get a whole lot of... You don't even have an opportunity before getting into the boss arena because you're just being pursued by all those enemies, unless you want to kill all of them, but... You know, that's a hard thing to do as well. Just gonna squeeze by you there. Hope you don't mind. I got hit by those guys on the way in here, so that's not good. Any little bit of health lost is not great. Alright. Fourth time's a charm. Or is this third? I don't remember. I believe! Yes, keep believing. Don't stop believing. Oh, there he goes. I'm just gonna use a life gem. It's not a lot of health that I have to recover, but... Okay, one down again. I will say the boss battle music for this one ain't bad. It's sort of memorable, unlike a lot of the other, I feel anyway, a lot of the other boss battle musics in this game. Let's see if I can goad that guy into a hit. Ugh! They're so tall. Why are they so tall? They have so much reach. No! I saw it coming. I saw it coming. I knew it was going to happen. Close. We got pretty dang close with that one. Once you get it to like 1, it's not a problem. Obviously, like, you know, the biggest issue when it comes to this boss battle is fighting multiples of these guys. And it's like, once you're down to 1, it's fine. And we got so close to beating him, but it's like I needed to heal, but, they have so much reach with that. And the other problem too is if you like run away, it kind of goads them into doing some of their worst attacks more frequently. If you run really far away from them, they'll do the spin, they'll do the big leaping attack. So it's not good. But again, I mean, we're making progress with it. I'm sure there are people that can like do this boss battle no problem, but I've never been. This has always again been one of, if not my very least favorite boss battle in this game. Honestly, I'm wondering if maybe I should just equip the Great Soul Arrow just to get that extra little bit of damage, because it might help me out by doing that extra bit of damage. I might be able to kill these guys faster, even if I don't get as many spell uses, as opposed to kind of like the tiny amount of damage, respectively, that I'm doing with the regular soul arrows that I got right now. I'll consider it. Took that hit. Shit. Well, there he goes. You still believing? I feel like I'm doing worse with this one, though. I don't think this is gonna be it. I'm not a believer. We get the 1 down now. We're in a pretty good pattern where we can get at least 1 taken care of. Shit. I am, yeah. I am doing worse, but sometimes they are lucky. Oh, they just have so much reach with that particular move. The spin is the worst one. But yeah, sometimes the spin and the leaping one are bad. By far, they're the worst in their move repertoire. Oh. Still believing. I tell you. You gotta believe. What's up, Mythical? Welcome back. Whoa, that was a big old leap. Okay, so now that he got rid of his shield, he's going to be attacking more frequently, which is bad. But it also means we can cast magic at him without him guarding. Damn it. I don't know what triggers the shield, because he got rid of it early on. I was really hoping that he was the one that we had already done some damage to, but he was the one that had a little bit more health to him. But, oh boy. Oh, do I have 2 attunement slots? I do. I forgot I leveled that up. Okay. So, this is good, kind of. Well, I wonder if I can make do with this. Get us out by Scoop Stream. I got you. Everybody's got to believe. They all have to send me their energy. Yeah, this is the worst boss battle by far in the early section of the game. So, anybody that hasn't been really watching, this is a bad one. We might even be trying to tackle it a little bit early. Because if I was able to do a little bit more damage, I might even... Son of a bitch. You just had to do that, didn't you? I might be able to take care of these guys a little bit more proficiently if I had more stats based in, like, mostly the magic, I think, because that's what it really resorts to at the end of the battle, but like intelligence or faith or something that's going to boost those spells. Maybe even upgrading the staff, but I feel like I did that quite a bit. But upgrading the spear actually helped out quite a bit because we've been able to take care of the first of the 3 bosses by strictly beating him with just the spear, and pretty quickly too, so. Try the Miku Miku beam. Oh, I haven't bought it yet. All these paid DLCs, man. What the hell? I was like hitting the wall twice, and the wall wasn't even in front of me. That's not a good one. No, you're in the wrong direction. What the hell was that? Definitely not the move I wanted to do. Oh yeah, that's some damage. Look at that damage. Oh shit. That was bad. Okay, so the second one came up a lot quicker than I thought he would. And he hit me and I survived the hit, but the problem was I died I died on the fall. So it wasn't even a situation where like I died because of the hit. I just died because of bad timing with the fall there. Get out of here. Yeah, as of yet that hasn't happened yet. We haven't died because of a fall. So, yeah, it was pretty bad. Shit. Is there one behind me too? God damn, there's a lot of dogs here. More than I thought. Okay, let me take a look at my equipment too. Did I get another ring? Oh! We have the covetous silver serpent ring. And we have the ring of blades, which I didn't even know we got. We must have gotten it from that chest. There was the chest that we had opened right when we got into this level. And it had like 3 different items in there. Those must have been it. The ring of blades is really good. The first, I mean, it's not going to make a huge significant difference, but it's not bad. It will increase your physical attack powers, so the damage that we do with the spear will be better. And then the covetous serpent ring will give us more souls per kill. So that's not bad either. I don't know how much of an advantage it'll give to us, but we could at least try it out, and we'll see if it maybe proves to be advantageous. Son of a bitch. I almost fell off of that one of these times when I was trying to evade him, but I managed to skirt around it. And not that time. Yeah, watch your step, I know. I was trying. It hasn't been a problem, really, of late to kind of bypass some of the pitfalls, but some of these guys. I probably shouldn't have rolled. I think that was the main issue there. Forlorn? What the hell? Oh, you bastard. Look at this. Okay, Forlorn is like I don't remember if he was in the original or if he was a Scholar's Edition, but he's an invasive spirit that pops up at like random, usually in the worst possible locations. Typically like before a boss battle or something like that. We can get away from him. Yeah, you don't want to read chat at the same time as playing a game, nor walk or chew gum. Chewing gum mostly for the stream aspect. It's very rude to chew and talk. Rolled early there. Okay. I got one of them. Oh, you bastard. Watch your jet, watch your jet. Got you feeling like you need to start playing these games? They're fun. Dark Souls 2, I was talking about, I had problems with it when I originally played it. I still have problems with it. This game is very ugly by default, so it's not very attractive to look at. We're playing it with a lighting mod, which makes it look a lot better than it originally did, so that's nice. But yeah, this game does not look good by default. But, you know, visuals aside, what are visuals? We aren't here to play the latest and greatest in terms of fidelity. We're here for gameplay. In terms of gameplay, this takes, like, maybe not like one step forward, 2 steps back. That almost seems like too much, but it almost feels like it takes 2 steps forward and 2 steps back. 2 steps forward in one direction and 2 steps back in another direction. Because there are certain aspects of the gameplay that are inferior to the original with this, and then there are certain aspects of the gameplay that are superior, such as like the power stancing and stuff like that. But otherwise, there are a lot of issues, boss battles being a major one, where they don't really have the most sophisticated AI. When you boil down a lot of these boss battles, they're not terribly hard, just based on what the enemies are doing. They're hard because gimmicks, or because of stuff like this where they just stack the amount of enemies against you to a great degree. When you play Dark Souls 2, you'll find that you're going to come across a lot of different enemies that will have multiple members inside the fight. And regardless of who or what it is, it's not fun. This bastard running up here. I barely managed to dodge that. I'm surprised I actually did dodge that. That's 2 down. Let's see what you got. He's gonna come at me regardless. I could rush him. It would probably be easier because he won't pull out like some of his worst moves if I get close to him. Like the long range stuff that he does. But it probably is safer if I try to distance fight. Just because of how much range he has, if he does manage to tag me with something, it'll probably hurt a lot and I won't be able to get very far away from him. And that's it. There we go. That boss battle's a bitch. It's, I think for most people it's going to be the worst one right out of the gate. It's not fun. Oh, let's see. How the hell do I get out of here? You knew the cheerleading was where it's at. It helped. A little positivity. It's not bad. No, it's not bad. The only ones you played are Demon Souls Remake, Dark Souls Remastered, and Elden Ring. Yeah, the Demon Souls Remake is actually a lot easier than the original, too. If you ever get a chance to play the Demon Souls original game on PS3, give it a try and see what you think, because they made it significantly easier with some of the mechanics that they improved. Hey, secret wall! It's not trap, is it? Well, it's not a mimic, so that's good. Rogue water, I don't know what that is. But Dark Souls 2 has its moments. There's some stuff in this game that's very unique to this game that I love. It's mostly like some of the levels. Some of the levels are complete ass, though. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't been lying thus far. But some of the levels are very, very bad. Such as the gutter. There's a couple other places I don't remember the name of. The gutter is just, it's so apt. It's so apropos of its name. Because it's a literal shithole. And it's a figurative one as well. But the gutter is really bad. There's a couple others too. But there's some really high highs in this game, which is another thing why I wanted to play it, is just so I could kind of go through and experience those. See some of the real cool stuff that this game has to offer, while trying to, if I can help it, avoid some of the worse elements. You can get over there, I know you can. I don't know why it's not jumping as high. You do have the original. I think at some point I would like to play the original. I have both of them. I do have the original and I have the remake. But if I ever streamed one, I'd probably do the original first. But yeah, the remake, they did lighten it up a bit. So some people prefer that, but also at the same time I feel like you're not getting an original experience. The music is vastly superior, I feel, in the original game too. They changed it in the remake where it sounds a little bit more like Dark Souls-esque soundtracks with the heavy chorus and everything, but there's also something about it that is kind of more generic. Oh, I almost had it. It's weird. It's like he's not jumping as high as he should be able to. Or she. I guess I forgot I was playing as a girl. People rave about Dark Souls 3, but I honestly, I mean, I only played through it once, but I mean, I could go the rest of my life without playing it again, and I don't remember a lot of it. There's definitely aspects of Dark Souls 3 that were kind of cool, but there's a lot of it where it just kind of seemed, I don't know, more generic, even compared to like 2 and 1. That bastard's gonna blow up, I know he is. There he goes. I just wasn't sure when he was going to do it. If you have the original version of Dark Souls 2 as well, Mythical, I'd probably do the original over Scholars. It's not going to make a huge difference, but in my opinion, it's not a huge difference when you play both and you see what the differences are. But in my opinion, the original version of Dark Souls 2 is a much more enjoyable experience than Scholars. And it's also more rewarding, I feel, by the time you get to like a New Game Plus with the original. Whereas with this one, it doesn't really make a difference. You can play it one time and you can see most of what the game has to offer. Well, we got a large club. The large club would have been a nice item to get easy in the previous game. Not so much this time around. I don't roll with that. I think I've got one Pharos Lockstone, but I'm not going to use it here. The Pharos Lockstone in this area opens up a new spot for you to get into, but I would only go there if I was a completionist or if I wanted to visit the bell tower. There's some quest, I forget what it is exactly, but there's like a princess and her bell towers, and if you ring all the bell towers in the land, something happens. I forget what it is, but in my opinion, it's not worth it. And the enemies in those areas are really aggravating as well. I don't really have a whole lot of magic, do I? See, he's trying to trick you. He wants you to try to go after that so he can come up behind you and kick you off. Oh, the Bastille key. That's a good one. We do need that in order to get through most of the spots that are available to us here. Okay, so my only thing about going through here is the most important thing that we need to unlock is a guy named Strayed. And he was what I was talking about before, where you have to use the fragrant branches of Yor. And I don't have any right now, so we can go to the old woman merchant and buy one from her. I guess I'll just do that now. But we have a decent amount of souls, so I could put some into leveling up. That would probably be a good idea. Let's see what you got. Holy shit, that's a lot of money. Is it gonna be worth it? That's the question. I guess they're not easy to come by. If you buy a certain amount with her though, which I think that'll put me over. Hold on, let me talk to her. Okay, very nice. I just bought the fragrant branch from you. That cost like 12,000. That's an insane amount of money you just got. Be mocking me for lowly times. Okay, so we got the serpent ring, the silver serpent ring. There's a gold serpent ring that increases item drops from enemies, which we'll get later. But the silver serpent ring we haven't been wearing, actually. I probably should have taken a look at my inventory earlier on. But we were able to use it for the 3 sentinels, so at least we got a little boost there. But if you spend a certain amount, I don't remember how many it is, it's probably several thousand. If you talk to her, she gives you the serpent ring +1, which is better. The rings don't stack though, you can't wear, I think you can, okay, no, can't equip, so it conflicts with the other ring. I was about to say, I think you could wear them both, but they don't have a boosted effect. You only get the one for the +1, but no, you can't even equip both of them. You're just able to equip the one. So you'll come across multiple rings of the same type in this game later on. I mean, pretty much what we got, these are like the 3 rings that I usually stick with for the most part. It's like, get the soul boost, get the ring that cuts down on magic time, and get the ring that boosts your attack power. And I at least know where to get the +2, and I think the +1 for this. I don't remember if there's a better one of the bluestone ring, but we'll keep our eyes open. Eventually she moves into the town though, and she sells an unlimited amount of these life gems, which is really nice. Because you'll come to a point where you don't really need to level up that much, or you'll get enough souls where it's a lot to purchase the life gems, but it's not necessarily enough to level you up. And you can just keep stacking her life gems that she sells. And kind of never run out of a good little health supply there. Again, the trade-off as opposed to using the Estus flask is that, you know, they're limited in supply and you can't replenish them without buying more. But also, they take a little bit longer to charge up compared to the Estus flask, but it also is quicker to apply. So if you feel like you have a little bit of breathing room, but not necessarily enough to like stand there for 2 seconds, probably a good idea to use it.
Bearer of the curtain seems less.
Okay, let's see what kind of leveling up we can do. Again, I don't remember. We're going to see Strayed pretty soon here, so we'll be able to tell what sort of stats we need for the spell that he has that I want. It's a good one too, because it affects a lot of enemies, but I just don't know what the stats are. I think it's going to be quite a bit though. Intelligence maybe at 18, I think, at its lowest, and Faith probably got to be like a 12 or something at the very least, but I don't know 100% for certain. I don't necessarily need it right now, but I would like to get it as soon as possible. But I'll just go ahead and put another stat somewhere else. Maybe in Vitality. Okay, so let's go check out that bonfire that we just unlocked in the servants' quarters, and then we'll work our way through the towers, and then we'll see about getting Strayed. Problem with this, you know what? I'm going to switch back to the regular soul arrow, and I'll do the great soul arrow. That should be better. Coming up in these areas is the enemies we've already seen, that I've mentioned before. They're a pain in the butt because they explode. They sneak up on you too, which sucks. These are just regular knights. They're not really anything to be worried about. But the ones that explode, they're the pain in the ass. Something's happening. Oh, okay. I think there's a dragon up there. Sure is loud. This spot we've already actually been to. There's the well right there where we hit the brick and then the cage came up with the exploders. So we were already in this area previously. I don't think we had a means to get up to this spot. See, spots like this is where it's a good idea to have the spear. See how tight this is? You got the spear, you're just thrusting ahead instead of swinging in an arc, which could be bad. So the mummy-looking guys are the ones that explode. You want to try to get them as soon as possible. And again, watch. When they come up to you, they like stop for a second, like that. That'll give you an opportunity to hit them, but if you let them go any longer past that little break spot that they do, they're gonna jump and explode. But they give you a slight chance, just a little bit. What's behind this door? It's another skeleton. I think this is where multiple of those exploders come out though, so I want to watch out here. Or that can happen. Right, let's see where we go. There's one in the middle there. Oh shit. I didn't even push that. There he is. Unleash the beast. You can't really tell. I don't know that there's any tutorial that necessarily teaches you this, but you can sort of free aim with the magic like I was just doing there. May I? May indeed. There's a hidden wall. But depending on where you point your camera, you could kind of fire a bolt in the general direction of where it's pointing, which is nice. It lets you a little bit of freedom when you're kind of going through. Oh my god, another one. So many secrets. Oh shit. Okay, I didn't know there was going to be a pursuer. Come on now. It's generally not a bad idea to fight the pursuers. I think they tend to drop some good stuff. It's almost like fighting Nemesis in Resident Evil 3. But I just... there's only one I remember that has anything that's fairly decent. And, like, that I would want for this particular run. And the rest, I don't know, there's just a bit too much of a gamble at this point in the game. What sort of beast am I? Hard to say. I get downright feral. You don't want me to act up. That wasn't worth jumping all the way over here for. At least it wasn't hard getting back, though. Or do I? Wow. Maybe. A little bit afraid of pushing this. It's gonna explode. I knew it. I was starting to head back, but it wasn't long enough. Okay, this is where it gets dicey. There's a shitload of them in here. But this is where we gotta go to get to Strayed. And Strayed is a man worth seeking out. Very loud and somewhat unnecessary, but that's okay. So the cells here, I was down like way down below at one point and I saw the cell and I'm like, oh, we could get up to the tower up that way. But I decided against it because I didn't have access to, I didn't have a branch to unpetrify Strayed, so decided against it. But we're here now. Okay, check this shit out. So many of them. And if you approach them just a hair too soon, they will come after you. And you don't want multiples of these guys jumping and exploding on you. That's not good. There's kind of no... I don't think there's a point to opening that cell. There's nothing in here, I don't think. You could jump down out there without opening the gate down below, but... I don't know, that doesn't seem worth it to me. I guess there's a guy there. There's also... What is this? It's like an invisible wall. Oh, shit! I did not know that there was an invisible man there. That's weird. Boy, was he in addition to... Or was he always there? Boy, that's strange. He only had a smooth and silky stone, which you give to Pickle P or whoever it is, and she'll give you something in exchange for it, but that's not usually something all that great. What a weird thing. Okay. Come on, Stride. It's time to unpetrify you. Oh.
Still a bit stiff, I'm afraid.
Me too.
I must thank you, young traveler. I am Strayed, a wandering sorcerer of sorts. I've been a guest for a very long time, but I don't think that anybody will miss me. Very good. Very good indeed. Cursed one, weak you may be, but I, Strayed, will teach you my spells.
I don't know for sure. There might be a possibility that Strayed will not teach you, sell you spells, however you want to call it, unless you're at a certain intelligence level. It's possible. Similar to the other magic guy that we found, but I'm not 100% certain on that. We could learn a gesture from him. We could learn the mock gesture. Isn't that cool? Strayed is also the guy that you could trade your souls to. So those boss souls that we've been collecting after beating each boss, unlike the last game where you have to go to a smith to forge them into a weapon, you just trade them to him. And they're each 1,500. It's not bad. But on top of that, you're just like, you're trading out the boss soul, which, again, some of this equipment ain't worth it, in my opinion, unless you're doing a very specific run. And if you are, then go ahead and grab it. If not, I would just use the boss soul for the souls and use it to level up or improve your equipment. But yeah, there's very little in terms of what I actually like to trade out for him. I think there's like a poison spell that I liked for magic builds in particular that he gives you, but nothing too super crazy. The spell I wanted is super cheap. Oh, and we're able to use it too. It's cheap, it's very powerful, and you get 20 uses with it. There's 3, I think, in the game total. And if you increase I think it's like your intelligence or faith stat, I forget. But I think with this particular attribute, you can even stack it on top of how many uses you get. To the point where it's like somewhere between the range of like 60 and 70 uses if you have all 3 in your attunement slots. It's really handy. But Dark Orb is one of the better spells in the game, in my opinion. So we're definitely picking that up. He's got a couple of other things too that ain't bad. Dark Fog is pretty good. This is another one of those poison deals. We don't have the... What is that stat? Is that intelligence? It just looks like a guy raising his hands above his head. Maybe that is. Okay, I think it's intelligence. We don't have enough for this one, nearly enough yet, but maybe eventually. There's an interesting thing that I think they introduced with Dark Souls 2. I don't think it was in any of the previous games, but there's a NPC that you could take spells to, and if you have like certain spices, it's like Simpleton Spice, and there's another one, you can actually decrease the amount of attribute stats that you need in order to use it. It's per spell, so it's not like overall, but like if there's a spell you really want to use, you can decrease the amount of intelligence or faith attributes that it requires in order to actually use the thing. So who knows? Maybe we'll get to that eventually. But I think that NPC is a long ways off, so no need to worry about it right now.
How long was I sat petrified?
I don't know who you are.
Long enough for the old kingdom to have crumbled, I see. Why didn't anyone wake me sooner?
You're petrified. I'm sure there wasn't a whole lot of people out there that would be able to do that for you, but...
Feeble, cursed one.
I think regardless of what you do, a lot of times in Dark Souls 2, if you exit an enemy's dialogue tree without purchasing something from them, they'll like kind of scoff at you. But whatever you do with Strayed, he will always just call you a feeble curse one and like yell it at you. I don't know what his problem is. I think he's just a dick. Nope, I knew you were there. 8 life gems. That's not bad. Okay, we're not going to do the boss that's beyond this section, but I at least want to get to this, I want to get to this, bonfire up here. That way, when I do need to do this boss, I can just come up to the bonfire instead of having to go from Strayed's cell or whatever. Which, even that, I mean, you have to unlock that one special, but it's not that far away, but this just makes it slightly easier. Look, there's dragons. Shit, but I got enemies coming after me. Oh, you know what? No, I don't think those are dragons. I think those are gargoyles. So, what I was mentioned before, it might be up there, but there was that Pharos Lockstone that we could have used in that one spot that's beneath the Servants' Quarters bonfire. And that opens up a way to a bell tower. And the bell tower up there you need to ring as part of like a side quest. But there's also like some gargoyles you can fight. If you wanna, if you're like really fiending for doing the gargoyle fight again, similar to the first game, that's where you do it. Personally, I'm not, but you know, to each their own. Not exactly one of my favorite fights in the game. Although I think the trick with the gargoyles in the first game is that a lot of people like jump onto it a little bit too early, myself included, when I first played the game. I think we were just trying to progress past that point a little bit too fast, because it's a significant point in the game. You kind of want to explore the area around the bell tower before actually fighting those bosses. Get your levels up and everything. I don't think there was anything super significant that we need to take a look at here. I'm going to hop into this thing just to kind of see if it goes to a different level than I was expecting. There's an item there, but I think you just have to drop onto that. Yeah, this just takes us right back down here, which we've already seen. It's an interesting elevator. Yeah, it's like a... I don't know what they're called, but, you know, you've seen them like in Pirate Times. They'd set somebody out hanging on one of these things as punishment. But the idea was used first in the original Dark Souls. I think it was a part of Sen's Fortress. And it was actually, in that game, it was harder to like actually see that it was like an elevator that you could use. Because it's like nobody would really expect that. I think we're going to be coming back to Strayed a lot, so I'm just going to take this opportunity to like kill some of these guys. Again, if you kill enemies during a run, it kind of ticks off how many times they can respawn. There's a limited amount. I think it's like a dozen or something like that. I feel like it is anyway. It might even be more than that. It might be like something like 20. But if you continually kill enemies, there will be a point where they just won't respawn at all, and that's very handy for certain areas that you're going to be frequenting. Yeah, I don't know what the device is called. It almost looks like an Iron Maiden, but an Iron Maiden is completely sealed and has the spikes on the inside. It's more like a personal cell. I just don't know what the specific name of it is. Okay, we got 9,000 souls. We can probably put some stuff into some upgrades. I'm wondering where I want to go now. Oh, you know what? Oh, shit. Torture device is all you can find. Yeah, I wonder if there is a name for it. I almost feel like there should be, but I'm not sure what it would be. I may, just maybe, I may have jumped the gun on Strayed. Dark Orb is good and we can use it and it's very handy. But the problem with it, with having unlocked Strayed, is I think for the next area that I need to get to, I need to find another branch of Yore, which I've got no clue where another one would be. Trying to figure out the Iron Maiden wording, but you found that instead. Yeah, it's weird. It's like a round cell, but it's got a little bit of room for a head. Okay, Dark Soul's great though, or Dark Orb, sorry. We're playing Dark Soul. With certain enemies, if certain enemies are strong against the dark attribute, I think in the Dark Souls world, the dark magic element is like thought as being like this horrendous thing. It's very much frowned upon, but it does have some pretty nasty spells, and this one's great because you can stack them. It does a lot of damage. It does more damage than Soul Arrow, I'm pretty sure. And you just have so many uses with it too. Okay, I'm gonna go back to Majula. I think I'm gonna go to that area and see if maybe there's a branch of Yore that's just kind of in that spot. There might be, and if not, I'm gonna have to do some treasure hunting. We're gonna have to find another branch.
Bearer of the...
And if we gotta do that, then I have no clue where we gotta go. I get 2 whole level ups. Wow. Well, the important thing is I was able to use Dark Orb, but there are some other spells that would be nice to use. We could also get our adaptability up too. Just get that increase in agility. Although at this point, I'm leveling it up to 26, and it takes 2 levels in order to get it up one singular point. Maybe I'll do Dex and Strength instead. Give some love to our spear when we pull it out. So back this way, I had initially come to this point because I was like, there might be something interesting over here. And then, yeah, this is like a big area that you need to get into. This is probably where we need to go next, because we don't necessarily want to do the final boss fight at the Bastille. I know what I said. Again, I know what I said. I didn't know what I was saying as I was saying it, but I know what I said after the fact. Ah, Homeward Bone and some life gems.
Have you business with me? The way yonder is all blocked up, you see, by this god-awful statue. Heavens above. Who thought it a good idea to pit it there? Oh, I'm in quite the pickle now.
Quite the pickle now.
See that statue? Gives me the willies. You stare at it for
I like this guy. You can use him as a summon and he absolutely sucks, but I like him as a character.
It just doesn't seem quite right. There are no craftsmen round these parts. Hey, you don't think a real-life person was turned to stone, do you?
Maybe. Maybe I do. What of it? I think that's supposed to be the Moonlight Blade, though. No other blade in From Software games really looks like that. That just like glistening turquoise. There might be a branch of yore in here. There's some enemies, though, that are a real bitch to get past. These things are not fun. Lloyd's Talisman, that ain't bad. Its primary usage is for... Oh, shit. Okay. Its primary usage is for multiplayer stuff. However, you can use it on mimic chests and it'll force them to open. Whoa! That's a lot. You want to help me out, bud? I guess he's good. I tried to change the trajectory at the last second, didn't end up working out. When you initially get past this area, because she is petrified, which is why you need the branch. But once you get past her and you operate that door, all these guys start spilling out. So it's a good idea to at least take care of the ones down there. I don't think you can coax these ones up here out. I did just roll into that barrel, so. But the shitty thing about this is I think this whole area locks. I don't even know if this door opens, but there's a door that comes down over here and you're just like in this tiny little area and you have to fight like all these enemies. It's not fun. But yeah, it doesn't look like we have any branches in here, so we're gonna have to go find one somewhere else. Oh lord, we could go to the gutter. Although to beat the rotten boss down there, we need another branch. Well, we don't need it, but it certainly would make things a lot easier. We would need another branch of yore. It does take a while to get to that point, though, but god, the rotten is so shitty. Well, getting to him as a boss, he's not terrible. And the gutter is an awful, awful place that nobody should ever be forced to go to, but you have to. It's mandatory. You know what? We've got these smooth and silky stones. I wonder if one of them could be turned in for a branch. I don't know for certain. I'm sure there's a trade list or whatever, but I guess it wouldn't be a bad idea to just like run back here real quick and see. So again, coming back to this area, the things betwixt. This is basically your tutorial spot. Is that a petrified guy? Oh, statue blocks are right. I don't even remember that being there. That might be an addition to the Scholars version. But you have to go through these areas in order... Well, you don't have to, but you go through these areas in order to kind of brush up on the basic mechanics of the game. There are those stones there that'll tell you, you know, what all the buttons do, all that jazz. These enemies are typically very easy. You don't want to let your guard down, because there are a couple that'll probably mess you up, but... I don't even think we need to use our dark orbs. The orbs do not need to come out for this. As you can tell, this area is also very dark. They do give you an opportunity to light torches, which would make it easier to see, but it's not super necessary. At some point, I think the old magician guy, which we gotta talk to him again. I gotta get to see if I could get him to move to Majula, because I hate having to go to that boat every time. But I think he sells a spell. Maybe Strayed does if he doesn't, but somebody sells a spell where you can use it as a light as opposed to a torch. Torch always worries me, and it really shouldn't because you end up getting a shitload of torches after a while, but the torch has a limited amount of time that you can use it for. The more torches you have extends the amount of time that you can use it for, but I hate the idea of you potentially burning out. I know, I don't want to look at any of this shit anyway. Who wants to turn the lights on? I certainly don't.
Yes, you! Give us Silky!
Okay. I accidentally skipped one of them. So this is the same mechanic as it was in Dark Souls 1, which we actually didn't do. I'm surprised I didn't do that just for the hell of it. But what you do is you go into your inventory, you leave an item.
Yeah, Silky smooth!
So nice, so smooth.
Give us smooth!
If you go into a bonfire and come back, you can, if you go into a bonfire and come back, you can get them to give you an item, but you can also do it by, just exiting the game real quick and then loading up. That shows my username, which I'm not in the habit of doing, so I'm going to swap out for a second.
Yes, you! Give us Silky!
Okay, so we got a poison stone from that. That doesn't seem very good. What is a poison stone? You much prefer feeling around in the dark? It's not bad. Also, there's enemies down there. I was getting a little worried for a second. I saw a health bar. I think one of them just like dropped off. What happened? Where is the poison stone? What is that?
You! Give us smooth!
I know.
Yes, you! Give us Silky!
There's poison moss, but it's not a poison stone. Is that it's not an item, is it? Like an equipable? Huh. Oh, there it is. Oh, makes poisonous equipment. Okay. Honestly, I've never done that before. But I didn't even know that there were alternatives to the like shards and stuff. Well, I guess I should have, but I didn't know that there was a poison equivalent to it. Smooth and silky. Okay.
Yeah. Too nice, too smooth. Yeah. Silky smooth!
Okay.
You! Give us smooth!
I gave you something already. Give me a break, goddammit. Alright. Loading up.
Give us smooth!
And what are you gonna give me? We apparently got a faint stone. I don't know what the hell that is, though. Alright, so as I had observed earlier at the very start of the game, you can kick that ladder down and just have like a quick route back to him. Obviously, if you're anywhere else, you could just travel back to warp back to the things betwixt bonfire, and then just go up that ladder if you want to trade anything to them. But they gave me, is this a feint? Yeah, that is. Imbues equipment with magic. Okay. So you can upgrade your weapons. I think these are only applicable to weapons, but you can upgrade your weapons to a point where you can start infusing them with certain elements. It's usually not a good idea to do it. From what I've seen, it tends to dock the amount of damage it does in favor of having a specific element attached to it, which for specific bosses would be great if you knew what you were fighting, but for the most part, if you're just kind of like playing this game, especially the first time around, you probably just want to go for straight up strength. and not necessarily futz around with having to deal with element stuff, however you want to call it. While I'm in the habit of giving stuff away. Oh, you specifically, you want something. Alright. I'll have to think about it. I don't got a lot. I'll just say that right off the bat. Hello.
Oh, undead are we?
Oh, a talking cat, are we?
And one without much time remaining. Just about ready to fall apart, I'd say.
The hell does that mean? I look great.
Exactly the time to be chatting with a cat.
Why they gave the cat such a sultry voice, I don't know.
Oh yes, you may call me Shalqua. Enchanté.
Oh my.
So, what did you want anyway?
I need a ring that you have.
Ooh, you smell wonderful.
Oh god, that's expensive. Christ. What else do you have? Ring of the Evil Eye, absorb HP from each defeated foe. I mean, that's good, but it's not great compared to a lot of stuff. This is what I need. Reduce damage from falling. There's also the Red Eye Ring, easier to be detected by enemies. Yeah, that sounds wonderful. Also the Name Engraved Ring, easier to connect to players who chose the same god, so might be good. And the Ring of Whispers can hear the voices of foes. I think that has a very specific application. There's like a handful of enemies, or NPCs even, that you can use that with, but it's few and far between. She also sells Homeward Boners, which is nice. Sometimes you might need an Alluring Skull every now and again, and Lloyd's Talisman, which again, its primary usage if you're just playing this game primarily single player is using it against mimics. Also, you can assure me that the things you find worthwhile aren't like most women. Oh. Specifically what? Because I was saying a bit of stuff there. How far back we talking? Was it the cat with the sultry voice? Was it the, something about one of the rings? Let's see. Otherwise, this particular NPC, she can get you to abandon covenants, which I guess I never really joined covenants anyway, but...
Nothing suited you, I presume? Well, that's
The Homeward Boners, yeah. There's an item here called the Homeward Bone. I just call them Homeward Boners, because boner's a funny word. But they return you to your last rested bonfire. So whatever bonfire you interacted with last, it'll warp you over there. Okay, at this point, I think there's 3 areas that we can get to. There is... God, there's this area too. I forgot about this. So there's actually an alternative path that you can get to down here. And I think the NPC... Let me see if she's there. Oh yeah, she is there. So you have to pay this bitch. So we can go back to the same area that we've already been to, but that'll just get us to where we got, which we already interacted with the bonfire. So no reason to go that way. But there's also this path, and there it is, down there. And you have to pay her in order to unlock it.
Oh, hello there. An honor to see you again.
We passed her up. I think she was the one kneeling in the tower after you fight the Dragon Rider. But I didn't have any interest in talking to her, so I didn't.
This lovely thing reveals the other path.
I know.
And this
magnificent, isn't it?
Lovely thing only runs on miracles.
Oh. Flatterer. You lovely thing. Yeah, move the goddamn path. 2,000 souls. Take it right out my ass. Yeah, what a miracle to touch that thing. Wow. Boy, that sure was hard for you, wasn't it?
Go ahead.
Whatever. Yeah, may the force be with you too. Rogue water. think you could fight her and potentially use the device yourself, but I always remember there was like something about it that was weird or tricky, or she's necessary for something. I forget the specifics. It's been so long. So I'll just pay her the 2,000 souls and be done with it. But yeah, we can come up this way. We can go down into the gutter, or if we had the fragrant branch of yore, we could go past the petrified woman, but all these options are not great.
The dark stirs.
Yes, it does.
I see it. The dark is sparked within you. My name is Falcon. I will trade with you. What do you need?
Simple as that, huh?
This land lies closest to the dark. That is why I came here. This kingdom collapsed long ago. All that are left are either undead or hollow. Save a few misfits like myself. I went to a great school in the south, but neither sorcery nor pyromancy appealed. I learned nothing.
I love some of the voice acting when it comes to like From Software's NPCs. For whatever reason, they have like a fascination with people with like not necessarily speech impediments, but when you play games or even like voice acting in like animated movies or whatever, it's like it's always you don't necessarily think about it, but obviously it's rehearsed. But like when you have these characters that like stumble over themselves, or they have like they're stammering or stuttering or shit like that, and it doesn't sound unnatural. I don't know, it just like breathes more life into the characters.
Hexes originated here in ancient times. They were once a form of sorcery, but the practice was lost, then later rediscovered. Those devoted to hexes are a lonely lot, but nevertheless, they give their life to their art. Such is the fate of we practitioners of dark.
It always sounds like he's eager to like get those words out.
What drew me to the dark? I do not know.
The reason I'm talking to this guy, and I don't know, I think we have to go through all of his dialogue to begin with, in order to get stuff from him, but there's a point where he gives you some pretty decent gear, including a really good staff. And I want to get that as soon as possible. That way I don't have to keep upgrading my shitty beginner staff. Okay, we've already reset his dialogue, so we've gone through all of it. It's rough when the voice acting makes it feel fake. Would rather have to read it yourself. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't come across too many games where I feel like the voice acting takes me out of it. There's a difference between like people that are like actors and people that are voice actors. There's a certain, it's almost like a cadence or something that voice actors have, where it's like, it almost feels over the top, but not necessarily like, it's not like they're chewing the scenery or anything, but there's like a certain way that voice actors perform, where it feels natural to a created environment, a fictional universe or something like that. And then if you put like a real actor in their spot, or somebody that can't really voice act, because there's a difference between like regular acting and voice acting. It's like, you can always tell. And and in those moments I could tell, and it sort of takes me out of it. I think of like The Simpsons, when they would have like a guest star, even if it was a guest star that was an actor, somebody that was like a Hollywood star or something like that. It's like they felt out of place with the way that they read their lines. They didn't feel like they fit in with, the rest of the cast, because there's a difference there. And like sometimes that will like take me out of it, even if they're competently reading, they're not like accidentally stumbling over their words or anything like that. But there's like something about it where it just doesn't gel well with like a fictional world, and stuff like that takes me out of it, I think, more so. But there have been cases where there's just like been people that just can't read and stuff, or they're very non-emotive when they talk. So I think definitely in those cases, that would be something that would take me out of it. So this guy also sells a dark orb, which we've got one already. So we could get our second one here, and then we could just stack those two and get 40 orbs that we could fire, which ain't bad. It ain't bad. The only problem is I think with this area, there's going to be a lot of enemies that are fairly strong against dark type of magic. Hexes, as they call them. And
is always within you.
We might not be able to get the most use out of the dark orbs at this point, whereas regular magic might be able to get us a little bit further. It's hard to say, though. You did this thing where you made a digital Christmas card with a poem you wrote? Okay. You send it via, like, email or, like, chats or something. Also, the gear I was talking about, I think you can kill him and you get it from him, too, but I would probably rather just... Because, I don't know, he might have some stuff that I might eventually need. I would rather just, like, talk him into giving it to me. Also, when you read it all at once, it was decent. But you stumbled over words. When you broke it down, just recorded segments, it just sounded unnatural. Yeah, there's a point to that. I've done voice recording for videos, you know, where it's actually like lines that I have to read off of a script, and it's like sometimes you want to get in as many words as you can without taking a break, because if you end up having to chop it up in too short of spurts, it will sound stitched together, literally. So you want to try to have, you know, as long a take as you can manage, but sometimes it ain't doable if it's like a really long, you know, whatever the script's gonna be. It's like multiple paragraphs. It's like at some point you're gonna have to take a break. You can't really do it in one go. Oh no, you don't. I see you down there. I don't know what the hell you're doing. I don't like it though. So even though there's that place I was talking about before called the Gutter. Saw him last second, but I still didn't even manage to get him. There's that place called the Gutter that's got like a lot of poison stuff in it, and it's really shitty. This place is almost equally as bad. Nah, you know what? That's unfair. The Gutter is so horrendous. This place is bad. It's not like gutter worthy though. Remember that thing I said about free aim? It ain't perfect. I don't think we're gonna get it. You can, it's hard to see in here. You can break those boards on the windows to make some light come in. Actually gets these guys to come out, which is good. So I can fight them without having to worry about the archer. I knew he was going to come out of there. I need to fight him where I'm not going to get attacked by archers. Give me that sip. There's stuff down here, and I think it eventually takes us up top. I just don't know if it's worth actually getting down into. What the hell was that? Yellow burr? Like Bill Burr? The other thing with this area is that there's a lot of people hanging off the edge of shit, and then they just like climb up when you least expect it. Get out of here. I did not request your presence, nor do I desire it. else in here. Oh, look, there's a little torch there. That's nice. I think the desire for perfection kind of took away from it because you were worried more about not stumbling than the feeling behind what you were reading. Yeah, you have to find a balance. Sometimes, not necessarily, I mean, reading it proficiently is one thing, reading it perfect is another, but sometimes you have to read it proficiently enough, but also with the right amount of emphasis. That's not a thing I say very often. In fact, I think that might have been the first time I've ever uttered those words in that particular order, but it wasn't that bad, was it? You think you're cool because you got 2 knives? Oh, look at that. I wonder if I could shoot him. Oh, they're actually strong against regular magic. Okay, well, there he goes. I should have tried the Dark Orb on him to see if it worked. Dark Orb, I think, has a bigger hitbox. Even though it is magic, it can collide with a wall. So, I think sometimes if you try to fire it over a wall like that, it might end up hitting something that you don't want it to. Okay, see, we're back to where we were. We just had to fight a number of enemies to get to that point. It's the sting in the words. The bite. Man's got a club. This item down here, I've attempted multiple times to get it. I don't think I've ever done it before. I might have. I feel like I tried it a lot. I'm not going to stop killing myself until I actually get this thing. But goddamn was it hard to get. You think you just like run and jump off the edge from up top there and then you'll get onto it, but I kept like rolling right off. It sucked. I prefer the nibbling over the biting. Yeah, you don't want to go too hard. What's my magic looking like? 26 soul arrow, 20 dark orb. That's not bad. There's a lot of enemies that we definitely want to take on here long range. In fact, there's a few enemies I think that run away from you. Like that guy in the distance right there. What was he doing? I don't know how much of this I'm going to go through. I don't think I'm going to go to the end of this, but I at least want to get a particular item. And I think there's a summon in this spot. Am I? Oh yeah, I am. Okay. I wasn't sure if I was hollow or not. But there, yeah, there's another bonfire I want to see if I can get to, but there's a key that you need to get, and I don't remember where the key is. I don't know. It's stupid. I'll see if I can figure it out. It depends on what we're talking. Well, I guess specifically with the biting. Other stuff, I don't know. Okay, I guess he's just gonna hang out there. That's cool. No. Don't you look at the butterfly when the man wielding 2 scythes is running after you. Okay, that dark orb ain't bad against this guy. I thought it'd be a lot worse. Unfortunately, there's not too many people like that. Oh. Butterfly actually dropped something. Poison moss. I don't want to go after that. I think that's one of those items where if you go after it, you end up triggering a encounter, which I don't really want to do right now. I just want to clear out as many enemies as I can. There should be a summon spot too. I don't know where. Oh, there it is. There's my buddy, Bashful Ray. He doesn't like to wear pants. Actually, I don't know if you do or don't. Oh, no, he's got tights on, though. Oh, he bowed to me. Here, let me, I gotta bow. There you go. Something in common. I know, we gotta find commonalities with our brethren. I don't know why he's bashful, though. He might have a good reason. I think part of his ability is that he, like, warps or disappears or something like that, so that might have something to do with it. Aromatic ooze. I wonder what that does. Oh. Ah, here he is, old Forlorn. Come to ruin things. But I got Bashful Ray on my side. Yeah, again, this guy's a bastard. He pops up several times. Depending on how many times you beat him or where you beat him at, I think he has a full set of gear that he can eventually get. You need to, like, fight him X amount of times, but they're purchasable from Strayed. And his earlier encounters are easier than his later ones. There's some spots, like late game, where he pops up and it's just like the worst thing ever. Butterfly being a pain. Come on. There you go, goddamn. It's got the jiggle physics. Oh. That's not a hill we could just stroll up. You know what? You have a point there. He does wield claws, but that aside, he might be more bashing physically as opposed to blushing bashful. Oh, you thought I didn't see you creeping around the corner there? Okay, so this the switch here. Operates a bridge. On this point, oh shit. Yeah, I think enemies jump in there to try to sneak up on you. Bashful Ray got it though. Look, he even made an enemy drop an item. It's crazy. Okay. That's taken care of. There's this. I don't know if this has the key I need. Let's see. Oh, shit. Ray! Get in here, goddammit. Oh! Gotcha. Oh, you're a little late. Soul Spear. I think it's a magic spell. Poison Moss, Green Blossom. What's in the chest? Sublime Bone Dust. I think that's something to use at a bonfire. It provides some kind of attribute. It might strengthen your Estus Flask. I forget. Better late than never, and literally doing nothing, arriving as late as he did. I suppose. No. Task completed. We're not done yet. There's a whole section here that's a pain in the ass. Hold on, let me see if I can summon him again. I think that's the one he was in. Also, he said he's gonna prove to you he heard his name. Don't need no damn, Ray. Apparently not. He just left. I think we could summon him again. I want to summon him because there's another encounter. There's also this guy. I don't know what his problem is. Stop running around. Life gem. Damn, I thought he'd have the key on him. In fact, I think the encounter that's later up on that hill, I think is where we get the, oh shit. Where'd you come from? I think it's where we get the key. Apparently his job was done. That's what the text said anyway. Job done. Returning to homeworld. But no, we still got stuff to do. I'm pretty sure I could summon him again. I don't think they just go away forever. I'm gonna rest at the bonfire and then we'll see if we can make a quicker effort about getting to where we need to get to. Maybe if I clear it, maybe it's like dependent on the amount of enemies that you... The hell was that? Oh. Almost got me, sir. I didn't hear you. Or I didn't see you until I heard you. But maybe if I clear out some enemies beforehand, he won't leave so soon. He didn't even... Well, okay. He did help me fight Forlorn, which is a shitty one. So I'll give him that. But there's another one that we need to beat. And I'm sorry, I don't consider the job done until that one is beat. I don't want to go that way. That goes to the weird arena where the chariot thing is that I was talking about early on in the stream. That boss sucks. Oh, you. Well, there he goes. Come on, Bashful Ray. Get back in here. Ray. Help me, brother. He's just gonna stand there. Alright, that's fair. Okay, so essentially... Oh. Hello. Anyway, as I was just saying, essentially we need to get in here. We see a bonfire that's past this gate, but that door is locked. So we need to find a key, and I think the key is up here. It's like he summoned him a second time. He's going to put in half the effort. Oh, I ran out of stamina. Wow. Right, you're a little behind on things. Just saying. Also, eliminating this enemy up here will make it a lot easier to get to the boss. Alright, there she is. Go after her. Merciless Rowena. Here, I got your back, buddy. Alright, now you can go. Thank you. Okay, undead, whatever key. That's what we needed. Man, we're getting hit by this moth up here. What the hell? Oh, there it is. Whatever. Okay, well, Ray wants to stick around. And who am I to tell him otherwise? Hey, I bowed to him. He should take that as like, okay, you can go away now. But he wants to stick around. With his Wolverine claws. What are you doing? Shit. Oh, these come back. Right, we gotta get out of here. There's a necromancer in that cave. He's just gonna keep resurrecting the skeletons. Well, he had some of us like to cuddle after. He had left so fast. I kind of assumed that he'd want to get away as soon as possible. Alright, well, if Ray's sticking around, then I'm gonna see if I can deal with this necromancer in here. Let's see what we can do. Okay. No, don't go after him, Ray. Don't worry about the small fry. Okay, that's the necromancer. So now he's dead, the skeletons will resurrect. There's also these jars here. That's the thing that's laughing. You will get cursed. Fortunately, curse operates differently than it did in the first game. In the first game, if you get cursed, that's essentially just death. And well, it's sort of worse than death because your health gets docked. But in this game, it just turns you undead, which it's not great. It's also not like the worst thing ever. You can get rid of the pot super easy just by like either beating them or crashing into them, whatever works. Okay, now Ray has completed his task. But yeah, it's like you kind of don't want to get cursed. Probably not the best thing. Alluring skull. Okay, there is actually a good thing on the opposite side, and since I took care of the necromancer, I might want to go through and grab this. Only problem is if I die here, it's going to be a pain in the ass to get back the souls. I'm gonna die pretty quick. That was close. There is a fog gate that goes to a boss that's kind of a pain. It's not the easiest boss, it's also not the worst boss, but it's another one of those deals where it's like, okay, you gotta fight like multiple enemies here, so how do you wish to proceed? The skeleton did not give me souls, so that's what I thought. So that necromancer was there. He was trying to resummon the skeletons, which he actually managed to do, so that sucks, but at least we can kill him now. I don't know what that is. That might have been a crystal lizard, actually. Oh yeah, it was. Nice. Cool. Okay, this is what I wanted to get. This is the Estus Flask Shard, and we can also open up this gate. If we were feeling frisky, we could use this way to get to the boss from the bonfire that we unlocked back here, but boy, that's a long road to hoe when you have all of those skeletons and necromancers that come back. It's really just easier to go through the waterfalls. Well, it is a waterfall. I mean, you can't blame them for trying to keep some semblance of realism, I suppose. Oh, you idiot. That was on me. Immediately after you roll, you have, if you do an attack just like right after the roll, you do like a downward slash, which is not good. It doesn't do a lot of damage. The only reason you'd want to do it is if you want to interrupt an attack. Okay, we got the bonfire lit. There's also this lovely gentleman.
Who are you? I thought you were that bastard for a moment.
No.
You set me free. Now I can find him. The cheeky prick. He won't know what hit him. I am Creighton of Mirror. I travel from land to land to hone my blade.
I like how I have my spear like right in his face.
I thought it would suit me perfectly.
Might be why he's not trying anything.
I joined forces with a man on the way. He was no more than a backstabbing knave. He took the first chance he had to try and off me. I decided to set a trap for him here. But then I got trapped myself.
So you fell into your own trap, or he trapped you using your trap against you?
Thank the stars that you came along. You be careful of him. Pate, I think he said.
Haha, we found a pate.
He wears this rather unusual ring. You know it when you see it. I've seen this type before.
Wouldn't it be more reason to try something?
Entirely for the pleasure of it.
You're waving the big spear around in someone's face? Maybe.
The man's better off.
Depends on the consistency of the spear.
He's a slick talker, so don't let him fool you. Pate, the man with a strange ring. Watch out for the slimy rat. And don't you believe a word he says.
I'll I guess I don't know if this guy, Creighton, I guess he isn't. I don't know if he was the guy that Pate was originally talking to and tricked into going into the gate. I don't think he was, because I think Pate said that guy died, and he took his ring. So he must have met with Creighton after the fact. Oh, we got the fist pump gesture. Let's see what that looks like. No way. I'm probably not gonna need point. As funny as that one is. What do we got? Oh, we haven't seen Mock either. I won't bite. Yeah, probably not gonna use that one either. Fist pump. Yeah, look at that. And then this is the mocking. Well, it's almost kind of like the well, what is it from Dark Souls 1, but it's not quite as bombastic, is it? I don't know if you get to learn that one. Righty-ho. Okay, well, the boss is right around the corner. I don't know if I'm ready to tackle it, because, boy, I don't know, that one's a pain. So we'll see. We do have some souls that we can level up with.
Is that a shard you've here to see?
And we can also use the shard to upgrade the flask. Alright. No. I'm gonna get to at least 50 equipment load. That probably would do good. I got 3 levels to work with. Wow. I can get a 3rd slot. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. 3rd attunement slot. Which, again, I think my goal is to get 4, and I think you need to get like around 20 for that. But since I can do that, I can equip the second Dark Orb that we purchased from the weird guy. And now that gives us 42 uses for this, so not bad, not bad. Oh shit, I was supposed to save some money too. Oh well. I need to get the ring, which is like 12,000. Let's see if this guy like came in here yet. Oh, there he is.
Oh, hello again. You've made it. The map, I presume. Of course. Take a good look.
I'm looking. Part of it's on fire.
Ah, yes. There is something I wanted to tell you. I was born in the land of Mira.
Yep, you mentioned that.
Mira is also the home of an infamous killer, a knight in name alone. He was locked in the dungeon for multiple murders, but shortly before his execution, he managed to escape. And the other day, I saw a fellow with a striking likeness, and then...
Kinda rambling, bud.
Well, I think he looked rather similar. No, it's true. I saw just such a man, I swear. I believe his name was Cray something.
Ah!
I believe.
What a coincidence. I literally just talked to him.
Shared some resemblance, I think.
Well, it's a good thing we just released a murderer. A multiple murderer at that. See, again, I feel like Pate isn't quite as bad of a character as Patches is. His other forms in other From Software games. I feel like Pate is a little bit more honest in this one. He sort of obscures things, but, you know, he's not as bad as some of the other NPCs. But Creighton, I don't know, something about him. Hey, old man is here. You came back. Well, I guess you never were here in the first place, but you came here.
Oh, so you finally decided to join us. Let us resume our exploration of sorcery.
I don't know if there's anything that I need to get from him. Does he have that? Okay, he's got Shockwave, Soul Spear Barrage, Magic Weapon, which sometimes is good. And yeah, I don't think I need anything from him. And I don't know if he gets any inventory later on.
The forces of magic and souls lie dormant in this land. It is a fitting place to hone my sorceries. I suspect that I may even conjure up new spells here. Sorcerer.
I think he said this before when I talked to him. Much like everybody, all the other NPCs, I think if you talk to him enough or purchase enough stuff from him, he'll eventually give you some kind of item. So usually I just like to talk to NPCs to see if we can get something from them. But maybe not in this case. Okay, so again, we're at an impasse. We are sort of right in front of a boss at the previous area that we were just in. And then if we want to progress through some of the other areas, we need to either have the Fragrant Branch of Yore, which I still need to find, or I could go into the gutter and explore that horrendous mess. Which I probably, honestly, if I'm doing like the big major bosses, I probably want to do that one first and try to take out the Rotten, because that place is bad. It's not good. But I think I'm going to save that for next time. We did quite a chunk of this game, to be quite honest. We put in about 5.5 hours, so I would consider that a pretty healthy stream. But I wanted to do this one today because I just I've had more energy for this one. I need to like be in a state where I can like concentrate for Dark Souls, and sometimes when I stream, it just ain't gonna happen. So tonight was a good night for that. We'll probably come back to this game next week since we are juggling like 3 games at this point. Next stream, it's either going to be Dave the Diver or Final Fantasy VIII. I guess it depends on which one I feel like doing. Honestly, I'm going to be streaming Thursday since I didn't stream Monday. So I might, since that's not a usual stream day for me, I might do Dave the Diver, since it's a little lighter fare. And I could probably do a shorter stream with that one. With Final Fantasy VIII, I got to put in a decent amount of time. And we will be emulating this time around. So I think that will be the game plan. Figuring it out as we go. But thank you guys for watching. Appreciate it. As always. Zoo, always good talking with you. Shaxon raided earlier. I was trying to think of who did. Shaxon, thank you for the raid earlier. Anybody that stuck around from that raid, I do appreciate you guys. Thank you for watching, Zoo. Thank you, Mythical. I appreciate you. Toss me a DM. All right. And I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow night around the same starting time, and we'll do some more something. Final Fantasy VIII, I guess. I think that's what we sort of settled on. Let me see who's streaming. Who do we got up right now? Who do we got up that I follow? Scoob's working on his... Well, he's working on his 5th hour. He's probably about to call it quits. I might give Scoob a raid next time. I think I'm going to do Benny. He's only been up for about 2 hours, so he's probably going to go a little bit longer. He's streaming some Crash Bandicoot original. He's doing Crash 1. He's going for retro achievements. That's cool. We'll raid Benny. He's a cool dude. Chill guy. Doing a little bit of Crash. He's only in his 2nd hour for stream, so... Or maybe. Hold up. My dashboard just like completely froze on me. I don't know what's happening. All right, let me open it up in a separate tab. Maybe that will work. No, you're good. You're good. I appreciate people that even just stick around so they're counted as part of the raid, but you don't have to stick around. I know it's late. It's late for me too. I'm probably going to get in bed pretty soon here. But anyway, you guys have a good night. Thank you guys for chatting. And we'll see you next time. Until then, later.